Right. Good morning, everybody. At least for me it's morning. Can't believe I'm tuning in exactly on time, even 1 minute early. So not too bad, not too bad. 6 hours of sleep. I mean, I cannot do this 24-hour streams non-stop, man. I'm old. I need my sleep. But I'm glad to see the ship survived on autopilot just fine for the last 6 or 7 hours or so. Suddenly we are 2.5 million kilometers in instead of like 1.7 or so when I went to sleep. And oh my gosh, does the asteroid field look a lot redder than when I went to sleep. That is kind of bad news, but on the other hand, the site extorters are still throwing overboard all 3 different types of asteroids here. So resource-wise we are still good. We are again in a relatively richer resource part of the flight now again, around the 2.4 million mark. There was a dip at 2 million, but not so severe. The next dip will face us at 2.8 million. It's just going to go down, down, down. At 2.8 million there's going to be a minimum in terms of coal. At least coal is what we use to make the explosives, and explosives are the base of everything here on the ship. After the 2.8 million kilometer mark, nothing will recover anymore in terms of resources. So then we'll fly out to the end with a very resource poor asteroid field. Alright, let me read through chat a little bit. A lot of you are still here, man. Holy moly. Holy moly, that's a lot of people to be present without basically just watching this. Nice relaxing background melodies. Oh, right. Speaking of background melodies, I'm not wearing my headphones yet. Alright, but the song that is on is not very loud, so that is alright. ASMR, yeah. If the ship had failed now in the night, I set autosaves. I never play with autosaves. In fact, I'm gonna switch them off again. We're gonna make a manual save. Last manual save was before sleeping 7-ish hours ago, 1673. Now we're at 2553. 2553 out. Ship autopilot did the job. For what am I here? Sitting behind the... Alright, now the music is gonna go up a lot. Is there ever an end to the space debris? Doesn't seem to be, doesn't seem to be. I'm not sure what will happen at the Shattered Planet. There will... Yesterday the Doe was on the stream. He's going to go today on a run as well, with a faster ship. He's supposed to make the journey in... He's expecting like 8 to 12 hours. But then again, he has only test flew out to 1.8 million. And the hard part is going to be the latter part. So I would say put up the Doe stream as well whenever he goes live, and we can see 2 spaceships flying out to the Shattered Planet simultaneously. That will be fun. Shout out to I don't, the Doe, and it's like this. I think something. Yeah, I know, YouTube, the stream is already over 12 hours, so it's fine. I have already, before the stream, I accepted this won't be saved on YouTube properly, but I'm also streaming to Twitch. I have hopes that Twitch does just save the entire video, and I can just export it from Twitch to YouTube in... Well, there's 2 options. One is the whole stream, which won't work, and the other is 15-minute segments, which Twitch lets you do when you don't have the right to upload longer videos to YouTube yet. So then you can, I can make a playlist, I suppose. which autoplays all the 15-minute episodes in a row, and no footage should be lost. Twitch segments on 48 hours, alright. Hey, thanks DP3141 for redirecting Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his pocket. Thanks for your Prime subscription. Alright, I'll read back through chat a little bit. Hey, Jimacha. Probably brewing. Yes, you are right. I have my coffee. I just didn't pour it in the cup just yet. Oh, and I left my cup out of my arm's reach. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Alright. No fungus inside the cup means we're good to go. Just pour in the coffee. And the cup will auto clean itself. Lekker. So yeah, I did the 24-hour stream a little bit different than most streamers. I first worked a day doing some sort of construction job task. Then I was tired and I started the 24-hour stream in the evening. Then after 6 hours of streaming I just went to bed for like 6 or 7 hours, and now we're gonna finish it. That is the plan, at least. Alright, I guess I won't read back further than half an hour or so. Actually, there was a lot of chat. Alright, so yeah, the ship stockpile, we can see it in the mouse over on the right now. The Promethean belt has been full for a long time at 209k. Rockets is 60,000. It oscillates between 59,968 and 60,000. Railgun shells 9.1k, that's basically full. We have 700 fuel cells left in stock, but there's a bunch of them on the belts as well. And all of the other elements looks like they have been completely untouched. It also says we have 0 damage taken, but if you blow up your own ship with explosive rockets, that doesn't count as damage. So I also have to check the counts of the different items inside. It appears that we have not blown up anything on a ship during the night either. I still have 10 asteroid collectors, which are the most likely thing to be blown up. So yeah, so far it's going great. Oh, the mic is back up, I have to go sleep. Life sucks. Thanks Zinc5 as well for the Prime subscription for the 5th month. So maybe 8 or 10 more hours? No, I think it's gonna be more. I think it's gonna be, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 16 really. We're gonna speed up again soon. How is the UPS? I think the UPS is fine. UPS is at 60. As long as frame rate stays above 30, you'll have a smooth viewer experience as the stream is in 30 FPS. So yeah, the FPS is kind of suffering a bit, but the UPS is fine. Man, it's looking very red out here now. Yeah, about 14 hours with this speed, but we're gonna be speeding up. Alright, but now it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Even if we go at this speed, it will be finished before 12 o'clock in the night, I suppose. I guess not, because yeah, we'll be having some, like, we'll probably be having some distractions and sidetrackings going on. Even in a stream like this. Sometimes that happens. I should probably switch off that text over. I saved the game. Yeah. I just saved the game right now. We should also have some autosaves, so let's take a look. Are they at the bottom or something? Oh, they are probably in the main folder. Okay, we've got like... Yeah, we've got a save every hour. I guess we can go through those maybe. Where are we now? Now we are at over 200 hours. So let's look. This is the color of the asteroid field right now. I guess I should actually save then because we made some progress. 2541. Wait, what? I just miswrote that. I probably 2541. Probably it was 33k out then. So a bunch of loading. Ah, 2523. All right. So now it looks quite red out here. Let's compare that to how it looked when I went to sleep, I suppose. Which is, I guess, roughly around this time. Right, here it looks mostly like blue and grey. So here we still had a lot of resources to collect. Whereas currently, at 2.5 million kilometers out, that is definitely not the case. Alright, then let me load a single save from, I guess, when we were about at the 2 million kilometer mark. There should be a dip in resources right there, maybe around here. Alright, no, it's not far enough yet. 6 hours ago. Yeah, right. It is somewhere around here then. Alright. Okay, we're still throwing all 3 types of asteroids overboard at 2.1 million K. This is like important information for what we are supposed to encounter soon after this. Alright, so we're throwing a lot of metal and ice overboard, but hardly any coal at this moment. Okay, we're gonna zoom around a bit, so I'll switch off the weapon sound a bit. Because those things are very loud when you zoom in. Alright, we are throwing coal overboard as well, so coal belt still is full. I think they managed to grab just about every chunk of coal which is out there, since the arms go out so far. Maybe not all the chunks, but most of them. So looks like at the 2 million kilometer mark we were still good. We can delete this because this is misnamed. This is the actual save. Don't delete this. Alright. Alright, so metal is full. Anything metal that comes in, yeah, will be thrown overboard. Lots of ice, lots of coal going overboard again. Production is good. We are still not expanding maximum rockets. I guess that's the next thing to do. Looking at the rocket production. Ah, 7 minutes off life, alright. At a speed of 30 kilometers a second, we go 108,000 kilometers. per hour. So at this speed it's roughly 14 hours or so. But we're gonna go faster, at least I hope. Let's check the rocket production. Yeah, I slept very well actually. That is I didn't think I would sleep so good. Could you see people speedrunning Shattered Planet? Well, I guess the Doe is doing... The Doe is a speedrunner. And he is going to the... He's expecting to fly to the Shattered Planet today on stream as well. If I understood it correctly from his being in chat yesterday. And he is projecting to have his flight take 8 to 12 hours, where mine is like 24. Ah, she? Sorry about that. Alright, explosive rocket use has been going up slowly, but not at all at the rate I scared it would go up. So if you look at the rocket graph, the ship is automatically controlled to follow a rocket consumption equal to our production. Our maximum production is 1050 rockets a minute. So we just went up to that. After that the ship slowed down, so the rocket expenditure also stayed around 1050 to 1100 rockets a minute. Then we went to sleep, we put the ship into a lower speed, which means the railguns do more work and we need less rockets to clean up the debris. So our rocket stocks filled up in like 20 minutes ago. Our rocket stocks filled up in 20 minutes. And then it started matching our actual spending again, because we can simply not store more rockets on board. So if I put it to automatic speed now, we're just gonna go crazy in terms of speed. So I probably will try to manually match the speed now, just to check where we are at about when we will be spending about 1000 rockets a second or so. Maybe slightly under. And then we'll try just to keep the speed at that level of rocket expenditure. So let's grab the speed control. Interesting. I don't know at all many female Factorio players. There's Catherine of Sky. I guess the Doe. the Doe. I don't know how to pronounce it. Well, that's about it what comes to mind immediately. Also, I just generally refer to everyone as guys, even if they're girls. And also, if I should believe YouTube statistics, literally over 99% of my viewer base is male. So that quickly leads me to just say he and just use the male pronoun as the default for anything involved with Factorio. Which is a crime these days, I know, I cannot get it out of my system. It's the flashlight, yes, the flashlight with an A. Flashlight with an A. Apparently my accent is such that A's sound like E's to some people. It's probably true, my accent is... I'm Dutch, man. Dutch people's English accents are quite... well, horrible, or you either love this accent or you hate it. Most Dutch people hate it. At least I do. But it is very strong for sure. One way or the other, it is very strong. I mean, the viewer metrics are literally people who have declared to YouTube themselves if they are male, female, or user given or not given. And of those statistics, over 99% of viewers have told YouTube they are male. So I can with confidence say over 99% of my viewership is male. It's not just a default box which is checked for everybody. It is people's own settings which determine that. So my partner instantly knows when I'm watching your videos. Alright, hello partner of Gold Scrolls, if you're around. I'm not the Dutchest Dutchman to ever Dutch though. That person is definitely Marcel Vos. He makes Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 videos, and that is literally the Dutchest guy who ever Dutched on the English speaking internet. If you like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, you should check out his videos. I'm doing a lot of shout outs for no reason. Yeah, just people I enjoy. Are we there yet? No, not far anymore. We had this cartoon when I was a kid. Let's first speed up the ship before I start going into nostalgic old stories again. Okay, we have to do this with a little bit of care, because if we... Okay, looks like the asteroids did not smash off the back end of the ship. We couldn't have made it much longer though, because at this speed they would start to chop it off pretty soon after this. Right, so currently this pump just pumps freely, because the automatic speed control is set to the maximum, while our actual speed is much lower. So the thrusters are full of thruster fuel, and the pipelines are full of thruster fuel. The limiting factor is the oxidizer, our manual top speed, which is just set to 30. So now we oscillate between 30, just under 30 and just over 30. So I'll just quickly, before I set this any higher, I'll just manually just boost it a bit by switching off this check mark, and then it will pump freely for a bit, and then I'll just put it back. And like this I'll try to speed up gradually instead of getting the ship up to ramming speed immediately. Right, 50. We were going at around 60 kilometers a second, I believe. Oh, I left it on for way too long. Let's set it to... Okay, I'm letting it pump freely now. Okay, this is not good. This is very bad. This could be a disaster. Okay, we're slowing down again, but this is definitely too fast. Not in terms of defense, but in terms of rocket spandage, and in terms of getting my asteroid collectors blown up by the blast radius of explosive rockets going off too close by. Alright, looks like we are back down to 60 kilometers a second. Let's see what it does to the rocket spandage. Yeah. Alright, so we went from 600 rockets a minute to 2,500 rockets a minute. Production immediately peaks out. Okay, that is good, I suppose. It's going down now. Looks like we're still over 1,000 though, so we are too fast. This is not a sustainable level. We need to go slower. I could just try to get the automatic speed control to match like 80 kilometers per second. Probably if I just increase this value, that should decrease the automatic speed in the end. 54. Okay, that is pretty decent. That is pretty decent. Let's use that. So we'll... So basically then we set this pump. We need to set that pump to push freely. So that the other pump takes over. So I'll just set this a bit higher. We're going to go a bit too fast. That will get all of the oxidizer out of the system eventually, and this should be going down. This is going down, okay. So pretty soon the thrusters will be limited by thruster fuel again. and the speed will be limited by this pump. Alright, so I kind of altered my formula a little bit. So hopefully we'll stay around 50 kilometers per hour. Because the current rocket expenditure 1.6k a minute now. 1.8k a minute. Okay, that's definitely more than our flatline production can keep up with. Alright, it's not visible yet in the graph, but we can later clearly see how long I was away. It looks like I was away for almost 8 hours. I think I streamed a little bit at minimum speed still though. Probably blabbered on for about an hour. Alright, we're slowing down, Are we already thruster fuel? We are already thruster fuel limited. Speed control is set to 52 kilometers a second now. And we already have less than 60,000 rockets. 58,700. Alright, so now the question is, what is the current rocket spendage? We have to give it a little bit of time to stabilize. We are going down to about 1k, it appears. Alright, there's some oscillations in there for sure. Okay, railgun shells was definitely higher on average when we were going slower. So it did drop off a little bit. Railguns are weird things, man. Railguns are weird things. Okay, do we have a minute overview already? I think we're still going a little too fast. Alright. Let's go 75,000. What kind of speed do we get out of here then? 43. Alright, that may be too slow. That basically means we're going between 43 and 50 apparently. So I'm now trying just to set a sort of an automatic speed control that allows us to keep our stock entirely full of rockets. All 60,000 of them. That is the goal and the dream. Right. That appears to be pretty decent. I would rather go a little bit slower still. It should drop off quickly at first and then slower later on. It is 37. That is probably too slow. Okay, 41. Let's try 41. 41 is hardly different from 43, is it not? Alright, we'll just have to keep the rocket spendage in the corner of our eye for now. So if this number stays below 1050, I'm happy. That means we're gonna back up on rocket production again. Why are you not doing any explosion damage upgrade? I've got the level I want. The level I want is level 12, I think. It's the one which costs 32,000 science. So that is actually an important one. It crosses a couple important thresholds in terms of how many rockets you need to destroy some asteroid types. 64,000 is just outside of the realm of possibility for my crappy base. What is the predicted travel time? I think we can find out right now. So with a little bit of luck we can keep going between 40 and 45 kilometers a second for the rest of the trip. If we set the average speed, it's probably gonna go down the further we get out. If we set the average speed to be 40 kilometers a second, that means times 3600, that means 144,000 kilometers per hour. Let's round it up to 150. That means 10 hours. Okay, looks like projected time to arrive 10 hours. Surprisingly, that is nice. A nice surprise. But oh yeah, I'm still asleep according to my sign. Sorry about that. Let's put the sign on top of here and we'll change it again to I'm not asleep. I'm obviously not asleep. Or I have a very weird form of insomnia and sleepwalking. We are at 2.5 out of 4 million kilometers. And that is basically all we need to know. Alright, that's give me a bit to match this again to the technology window, so it is less obnoxiously in the way. Oh, come on. Come on, controller. Alright. That looks okay. I know you can see the distance and the bar there as well, but I do parts of it without the interface. So then it's still nice to see where approximately we are at when you just come in. Alright, so you don't need to go this far out to get Promethium. You can just go like 100,000 kilometers out and there's plenty of Promethium to be grabbed. Also, if you do the intended way with the taking the Biter's X from Norvis and then go out to these fields to make science out here, yeah, that is you're not gonna get out very far before the Biter X spoil. They take like 30 minutes to spoil, so, and they'll explode into big biters on your ship, or behemoths if you're far enough in evolution. So just for science purposes you just go out just a little bit. We are going out way too far for that purpose. Our purpose today is not science. If you do science, you just go out here, collect asteroids, and then go back to Northeast to bring the science back. We're just trying to get to this destination, whatever this destination turns out to be. I mean, the mouse over says it holds the key to holds the resources to unlock powerful technologies. That does sound like it's just the Promethium asteroid chunks. But yeah, we'll see. I suppose something happens. If nothing would happen, then why would they even put it on the map? Why would they just not have a line out here and have the description on the line? I don't know. I suppose something will happen. No, I have no idea what will happen when we arrive. If anything. The distance overlay does not automatically update, no, I just manually change the numbers every time. I'm a low technology spacefaring civilization. Yeah, no spoilers about the Shattered Planet, please. If you it's pretty easy to get there in creative mode. I messed up my first space flight as well. I mean, I went to Fulgora as my first planet, Now, I did intend to do every planet with nothing, so I didn't take any resources, which was a good thing, because my ship didn't survive the trip. I did, but my ship didn't. My very first ship, it had like 5 thrusters, which were unregulated, and a whole 2 laser turrets on board, which are, and basically medium asteroids are kind of immune to lasers in the early game. They are still immune to lasers when going at speed. You won't be able to destroy them in time, even with many upgrades. But yeah, especially early in the game when the lasers are not powerful, the asteroids have like 90% laser resistance, which means you need like 100 shots to destroy a single medium asteroid, and you don't have power on board because you run off crappy solar panels, which is the reason I had only 2 laser turrets. Anyway, somehow the ship got far enough so that when everything eventually got destroyed, including the laser turrets and the thrusters, but we made it over halfway to Fulgora, and then we had the slow forward fall of shame into the planet's gravity well, and due to the low speed, the rest of the medium asteroids didn't quite manage to destroy the space hub where I was located. So against all odds I made it to Fulgoran orbit, but I had to evacuate quickly, and soon after the spaceship was destroyed by medium asteroids just sitting around Fulgora. So then we were truly alone on Fulgora with no spaceship in orbit, no way out. We had to claw our way out of there again. Like I said, fortunately I intended to do each planet without resources, so I didn't lose much really, but yeah, I somehow made it with the really crappy ship with 2 laser turrets. It's quite funny to think back about that point right now. Yeah, the new player experience, what can you expect? You don't know anything, you just go in blind to the areas which you don't have experience with, so funny things happen. That is kind of the charm of the new player experience too, I suppose. Right, let's look at the rocket expenditure, 900, alright, so we can go faster. We need to fine-tune this formula a bit. Okay, we're up to over 59,000 rockets again. Let's go back to 75 and just see how it stabilizes. That is 44 kilometers a second. So we can go as fast basically as long as I can grab enough asteroids to keep my machinery running. We are good, and as long as rocket spendage does not surpass rocket production by too much, we are good as well. How is UPS? UPS is fine. UPS is at 60, frame rate is at like 40 to 45, but anyway, stream frame rate is at 30. So "15 gun turrets and 2,000 rounds of ammo." Like 2,000 magazines, okay, that is a lot. Did you have damage upgrades researched, or did you go without damage upgrades? Because then it takes a lot more. 2,000 not enough? That sounds brutal. Good morning and good night, your time to sleep. Alright, we're supposed to reach the shattered planet in roughly 10 hours, is the latest prediction. So, if you go to sleep right now, you can basically catch the moment where we arrive if everything goes well. No promises here, but if everything continues to go well, we should be good. Okay. Actually, let's look at the planets after another 8 hours of game time progress. We can let's first check rockets. Okay, we're at 1.1k, yeah, slightly above. That is good. That means stocks will go down a little bit, and then the speed will automatically slow down as well. But it will slow down at a level where our storage is almost full, instead of where we have like 15,000 rockets less. Where is the signal? 44. Okay, now the speed is set to 44. So that will probably go down a little bit. We have to keep that in mind. I guess 42 is going to be the answer. 42 is going to be the answer as of what the speed is which we should go. I mean, we are going through the universe, so 42 is the answer to the life, the universe and everything. So obviously that is the correct speed, but we'll find out a little bit later, I suppose, that is the correct speed. For now, let's look at our planets. How's Norvis doing? Yeah, still working on, you know, letting the biters expand into my base so I can have easy access to the captive biter spawners. You know, it's all sorted out from the beginning, obviously. No mistakes were made, and yeah, this was all intentional, right? I'm gonna have a hard time trying to claim a new coal patch now, though. That's kind of populated on there. It's kind of populated everywhere. So yeah, Norvis still being Norvis. Science on the ground is still being science on the ground. Actually, my rare railgun is on the ground here as well. I have to remember that if we ever manage to return. We'll see about that though, because I went on the ship. I guess I can theoretically I can dead warp back to Norvis, but I will lose my mechanical armor. This guy with all the equipment inside, so that's kind of an Uchi. And I will be stuck on Norvis, which doesn't work at the moment. We don't have a rocket ready, we have to produce one, and we have to get rid of the biters. Without the armor, I suppose we could make a new power armor or something with some resources in chests, but still it would be kind of a hard start to get everything up and running again. So that's Norvis. All the other planets are probably not moving anything anymore. We've got Vulcanus with a ran out coal mine. We literally have like 10,000s of tungsten stuffs. We have hundreds of thousands of science, almost 300k. So yeah. The most important thing we've got on Vulcanus is our 3 demolisher zoos. We've got the small one over here, the medium one, and of course the big one, and we've got it radared up so we can look at our pet zoo all the time. Alright, I have the sound set low so he doesn't sound as epic. Yeah. Alright. I gotta check out that behemoth and that behemoth enemies mod, which add like behemoth demolishers as well as behemoth glebin enemies. Not really sure I want those, but the behemoth demolishers look sound pretty cool. I mean, this guy would literally fill the entire screen from left to right. Alright, that's the big one. Let's see if we can find Mr. Medium. We have the entire border patrol set up. Our radars are just scanning along. And the small one should be crawling about somewhere as well. Yeah, the small one looks actually pretty small now. Alright, but yeah, Vulcanus for the rest doesn't really have much function anymore. Gleba, we actually switched off Gleba. I think there's going to be a lot of expansions around here now as well. So yeah, that's the reason we switched off Gleba. It does appear though that the expansions are just coming from, not entirely, mostly from this side though. Let's look at this. Okay, a new expansion is being formed right here at the moment. But yeah, we had to switch off our factory to avoid attacks on the factory. Attacks on the factory would be especially annoying because we would have this happening all the time. Basically, they would damage something, and then this stuff would keep blinking at us for the rest of the game. And I could not get rid of it because I have only one logistic bot in here to supply the seeds. And yeah, there's no way to get rid of this once something is damaged in Roboport range. So that is very annoying. Maybe it can be switched off in settings. But I don't know if you can separately switch off only Roboport alerts and settings. So That is why we had to switch off the Gleba base before the enemies expanded into our pollution cloud here. Alright, that's Gleba. Let's go look at Fulgora. Fulgora is actually not doing anything either for the first time in the playthrough. It was yesterday already like this. And I just let it be because it saves some UPS for our asteroid flight. Holmium ore is actually the cause I get rid of everything in my base. So it can keep flowing at full speed except holmium. I could easily just add more chests, but I don't know. I already have over 200,000 ore in stock. Over 200,000 signs as well. So, yeah. We just have lots of everything, really. So, don't really mind letting this slow down. And just save the UPS. How much did we mine? We started out with 80 million scrap. 38. We mined up over half dispatch of 80 million scrap over the course of the game. That is a lot. I suppose Aquilo is just about out of holmium plates again. So not much should be moving here. Except for making rocket fuel, I suppose. Alright, we've got another load of 2000 fuel cells for a possible future trip, so that is where I switched that off. But yeah, science production has stopped. There is no other production going on. We have 26,000 science packs in stock, which I suppose is okay. Pick it up already. Alright. Alright. Sorry about that. OCD again, starting to think stuff. Just the Gleba, yeah, I couldn't keep Gleba going because I don't have any way to deal with the expanding biters, just like a Norvis. We went with pretty much defenseless bases. I mean, there are some turrets here. So I guess it's not defenseless, but these don't do anything against those... where's those things? Yeah, these guys. The big stompers. 15,000 hit points. Yeah, good luck with that. 50% physical damage resistance, so that's 30,000 effective hit points. It's like a demolisher, man. Those guys are like demolishers, like small demolishers in terms of hit points, almost. Alright. Yeah, the other platforms all have stopped. This was our previously biggest ship, which could get us to Aquilo and back. So yeah, not too big. It's not the size of this guy, for sure. Okay, let's look at rocket spandage. Okay, we are about at the level. How is the speed? Is it already 42? Still 44. Alright, I think I'll just manually set the top speed to 42. Although, let's not do that. We still have over 59,000 rockets, so our stocks are full. Let's just go full speed on this pump and let the automatic speed control do its job. It will fall eventually if we start to need more rockets due to the asteroid density thing doing its thing. So the asteroid density has not really gone up after 1.6 million kilometers. In fact, it has gone down ever so slightly. Let me go in map view a bit so we can zoom out a bit further. So the asteroid density has actually gone down slightly, but we are still needing to destroy more hit points of asteroids due to the amount of promethium asteroids. The share of promethium asteroids is much larger now, and those have twice the hit points. So we're spending more rockets on clearing up all the debris. So instead of using one rocket at a medium asteroid, now we shoot two. We shoot like 4 on the big one instead of 2, something like that. So we're using more rockets to clean up the debris field. And the other bad thing about increasing the share of promethium asteroid... Alright. The other bad thing about the increased share of promethium asteroids is those red chunks are useless. We cannot use them to... We cannot process those in resources. They are only used for that infinite science pack. So that could turn out to be a problem later. One full night's sleep later, 1 million kilometers further. I went to sleep as well, so I put the ship in a slow moving mode at 30 kilometers a second, because nobody was supervising the ship. It was just going on autopilot, and yeah, wanted to maximize the ship's survival chances, so I just slowed it down to as slow as it can go without getting chopped off by those shifty asteroids in the back. Now we're going faster again, though barely. We're going like 44 kilometers a second, which means we should get to the end, and it means about 150,000 kilometers per hour. So that means about 10 hours until the end. I did disable autosaves, right? Did I not disable? I did not disable autosaves. Yeah. Back to never. I don't need autosaves. Famous last words. Let's manually save. I don't need autosaves because I am an autosave. I am the human autosaver. And I don't have only 3 save slots. I have like hundreds of them. I guess cruising into the poor fields. Alright, so now we mainly just keep an eye on our ship's speed, rocket expenditure, and if production keeps going at maximum speed, these should be working basically all the time, the rocket producers. It's basically these 4 and these 4. Those should be producing every time. Then we're producing 1050 rockets a minute. And ideally we should be throwing all 3 types of asteroids overboard. As soon as one of those looks like they're drying up in terms of being thrown overboard, we need to either adjust the settings on those. Maybe we can get rid of these promethium collectors and repurpose them for useful asteroid collection anyway, actually. But yeah, then we need to reconsider what we are grabbing in which asteroid collector. We may need to change that up a bit to maximize our resource intake. Yeah, for the rest it's just going to be a long sitting, man. That save name scheme is more detailed than my Factory 5. I guess you kinda learn to do that automatically if you do like 3 or 4 different playthroughs at a time. Like especially across different Factorio versions. Now I have this playthrough, the new player experience. I have the 10,000 signs per minute base. I had Warptorio going alongside that as well. So that is a lot of different playthroughs to keep track of. So you need to do some proper naming or you'll just get lost in the fields of save games. Ah yeah, the doe. So she's also flying out to the Shattered Planet today. If anybody sees that she's streaming, or is she streaming already? Because I might just quickly peek in and just see how they're doing. How she's doing, I guess I can say that. I don't need to say they. Currently offline. Alright. If anyone catches her starting the stream, let me know, because she was here in chat a bunch yesterday as well, so I would like to pop in over there a little bit as well. Also just to see her ship design, which is, according to what she said in chat yesterday, her ship is only like 40 tiles wide. That is like one of these chunks and like 8 tiles, so that's like up until here and then until halfway of my ship. So that is the total width of their ship, and apparently it has twice the rocket production capacity on board. Her ship does use almost exclusively legendary, I don't know almost exclusively, but a lot of legendary things, like legendary beacons, legendary modules, legendary assemblers. I stuck to rare quality as much as I could to make this ship as easy to build in a real game as it possibly could be, since I didn't want to grind 1 week for quality ingredients. This is basically a minimum effort ship. I suppose. It's still a lot of effort, but I did not want to min-max everything around the highest qualities possible, because that just would take forever to build, especially like things which are expensive to make, like the fusion reactor, the cryogenic plants, the railguns. Those are extremely expensive. Just so if you want to get high qualities of those, that's just gonna be a pain. It was already a pain to get the rare ones, which I'm using right here. Scheduled to stream in about 5 hours. Alright. 5 hours from now we should be roughly at 3.4 million kilometers, and that is where we're actually going to, it's actually going to be quite hard. Let's look at the space map. It would help if I had my gi on. Oh, this song is nice. Right. On a scale of it is very far to we're almost there, it's still pretty far, but we have made it a significant portion of the journey. We're flying out here right now. We are at this asteroid density right now. So, believe it or not, the total amount of asteroids over here is actually less than the total amount of asteroids over here. But the useful asteroids were much more plentiful around here, and they are quite significantly dropping off now. With at 2.8 million we'll reach a very important low point. If we can survive out there, then we have a good chance of making it through the rest of the trip. But the carbonic asteroids are gonna drop to 30 a minute, whereas before they were still at like 63 a minute, or like over 100 a minute. Carbonic asteroids are so important. They are so important because explosives are made entirely out of carbonic asteroid chunks, with a little bit of ice thrown in for the water, but the non-fluid parts are basically all carbon. So that means if there are no carbonic asteroid chunks anymore, we cannot produce explosives. And if we cannot produce explosives, we can neither produce railgun shells nor explosive rockets, obviously. So that's going to be the production bottleneck, or I guess the ore patches bottleneck, if you consider the asteroid field an ore patch. We're going to have very few miners out there mining up the carbon. And the Prometheum asteroid chunks, they're still going to go up to over 700 a minute. Currently we're at like under 500 still. Yeah, so this is going to be the very resource poor area of the flight. We're entering it right now. We're in process of entering the poor area. This was all I mean, there was a lot of asteroids, but resources were bountiful. We could grab whatever we want. It's gonna change from here on out, so we have to keep an eye on everything a little bit sharper than yesterday. And just see how it all turns out. At around 3.2 million kilometers out, the total amount of asteroids, just counting up all asteroids together, will again be as large as at 1.6 million kilometers out, except of course here it's going to be over 90% Prometheum asteroids, whereas here it was like 60 or so, 60%. So that's the biggest difference right now. It's mostly about how poor the asteroids we need to make stuff on the ship are going to be. That is going to be the bottleneck. As you can see, it's already pretty red, and that's gonna get much worse. It's gonna turn almost entirely red, I suppose. Yeah, it's a flashlight with an A. Don't you see? It's a flashlight. A good old... Before the LED lights were invented, this is what a flashlight would look like. It had like the functional part, a light bulb, and then a giant handle to hold like 4 size D batteries, so you could shine it for 2 hours. And then had to replace them. Are you gonna cut off the handle of the flashlight? I might just try it for fun. I don't know if it will be required to do it. It doesn't really look like we need to slow down that much. Why are we going so fast? 7, 46, 5, 4, 3. Okay, speed is set to 43, it appears. And it just pushes us up quite significantly with every blast. No, yeah, speed is set to 44 to 45. Okay, how many? Now I need to know, how is the rocket stash going? Okay, 59,600. Somehow we're keeping up. Somehow we're at the exactly right balance for now. I think we just oscillate up and down a bit with the production. $10,030 a minute consumption, 10,040 a minute production. So yeah, that's perfect. That's just perfect. Okay, we're right on the money in terms of what we want. That's actually a pretty decent speed to be going at still here, for this ship at least. How much ore fits on the belts? If you're about the handle of the flashlight, that fits 200,000 pieces of Prometheum asteroids. It's been filled up for quite a while. I think filled up around 800,000 K without even trying. Normally, if I would try to collect it, I have more of those collecting the Prometheum asteroids. Because in the beginning you don't need as much resource collection, but now I just set everything to collect useful resources, what I could. And we have 209k asteroid chunks on the belts. Enough for probably like 1 million points of research progress. Given that you're probably going to have at least some legendary quality modules or legendary productivity modules in here, as well as in the biolabs, and then just beacon them up. And after, with the first load, you can research like a ton of these levels, and then it's going to be several million signs per ship load. That's the idea, at least. Yeah, that's exactly right, Alexander. The belt weave is 10 times more efficient in terms of storage. The thing is, you're not intended to store Prometheum asteroids on the ship. And I cannot speak today. You're not intended to store Prometheum asteroid chunks on the ship and bring them back to Norvis. You are supposed to take the dangerously spoiling Biterex out on your ship and hope to convert them all into science out in the Prometheum fields. So you have to travel there quickly, you have to grab them quickly and hope you convert every last biter egg into science before they pop, and throw a bunch of big biters on your ship. This ship design kinda tries to circumvent that mechanic and make science safe again. You can only farm biter eggs on Novice as far as I'm aware. I haven't done it yet, so I kinda went out of my way on a... I mean, my original goal for this stream was just to get to the solar system edge, which doesn't involve biter farming at all. But then I went on the biggest tangent of my life, which is why you're watching this stream today. And yeah, we basically saw the intended design for making science and thought, can we break it? That led to the monstrosity that is this quadruple belt weave. So we puzzled this out ourselves, trying to find out the maximum distance we can cross with 4 different belt colors weaving through each other. And then we just keep zigzagging that around. We made another version which also does the vertical belt weaving in between the horizontal one, with approximately the same storage density as a result. We use this one because it's easier on the eyes and tileable in just like horizontal amounts of 2 instead of big squares of things. So yeah, and then basically that is where that was born. So the idea about this ship originally was farm these chunks of up to over 200k. Then we would fly to Aquilo to pick up the quantum processors, and at the last step we would fly out to Northeast, start loading biter eggs on board, and then we start converting that into science packs. Once biter eggs are on board, we can then fly out again to the shattered planet. We can make the science packs on the way out to the shattered planet. We don't need to stay in Northeast all the time, because we don't run any risk, because we already got the Prometheum asteroids sitting on the belts. All of those will get consumed. We can even calculate how fast they will get consumed by checking this guy's crafting speed and whatnot, according to your beacons, according to your modules, etc. So we just load biter eggs straight into the hub, as well as the quantum processors, and put science straight back in, and that science can get sent down to Northeast. That is the design idea, at least. I think it will work. I don't see why it would not work, but I haven't actually tried it yet. So yeah, this is my method of safe science production with 0% chance of biter eggs spoiling on board. Because quantum processors don't spoil, you just gotta be sure you have at least 10% of the amount of biter eggs in quantum processors on board, not more, or those will spoil. If you run out of quantum processor, that's gonna be equally bad as not having these asteroid chunks. But that is easily manageable. Much more manageable than loading up biter eggs on Northeast and then just trying to get out to the beyond the solar system edge and hope you farm Prometheum asteroids fast enough to convert your biter eggs into science before they spoil. That sounds way too stressful, man. Yeah, Prometheum chunks cannot be stacked. Well, 42kx at a time would be scary. Yes, it would be very scary if you weren't sure how much Prometheum asteroid chunks you were going to have access to, but I know. I have access to 200,000 Prometheum asteroid chunks, and they are just sitting here on the belts, so we can run a test how fast these assemblers are, and we can reliably convert biter eggs to science at a set speed. I calculated it at some point, which is where the 42,000 comes from. But I don't actually remember the calculation at this point in time. Right, we're still hovering about 59,600 rockets, which is excellent. That is excellent. So even that means I try to keep that amount high, so that if we run into like resource shortages and we stop expanding asteroids from the side of our ship, and we don't have enough asteroids to keep production going, at least we will have our bank of 60,000 rockets almost to get through a resource poor area of the trip. That's another fail-safe. I probably have too many fail-safes here, but man, it's the first trip, the first experience. If you don't know what to expect, you gotta expect everything. Yeah, you gotta prepare for everything. I'm even prepared to chop off the back end of my ship should the need arise to go slower than 25 kilometers a second. Because if I don't, then these asteroids with sideways momentum will cut off the back part of my ship. So in that case, there is a way for me. I can copy this part of the ship. My mouse button is still left. I can just copy it. Then I can start, and I can just put that like here. That will fit quite nicely. I just need to get rid of all the belts somehow. I believe if you let's actually test this. Alright. This may be annoying. I'm gonna make a save here, in case I'm wrong about this. 2695k. Suddenly the saves keep flying in. Alright, so if I deconstruct some belts on board, will just the belts go in here, or will also those Prometheum asteroid chunks go in here? That is what I want to know. So let's say I deconstruct like 2 green belts over here. So now I got 2 green belts in here, but will there be those asteroid chunks as well? No, okay, they just get deleted, which is what I was expecting. That used to be not the case, but that was changed at some point. So the asteroid chunks that were on the belt just get deleted. Your storage space does not fill up with asteroids if you do that. What about if we deconstruct an asteroid collector? I mean, this thing is full right now. It looks like we can do that as well. And no asteroids are on board. Okay, that is great news. That is great news. Let's put it back for now. So now this thing is gonna fill up again, I suppose. So many chunks flying inwards actually. Those things are actually useful. A little. Alright, that was enough grabby arm action to fill up this thing again. That means it is viable. I thought I would need to empty out all those belts, which would take like an hour or so, I suppose. 45 minutes, 40 minutes, I don't know exactly how slow the yellow belts are. I would have need to throw all those chunks into space just like we're doing right here. But looks like I don't need to do it. I can just deconstruct the belts. The asteroids on the belts will just go poof. So reconstructing the spaceship is not out of the realm of possibility then, and we can probably get it done. Not super fast, but reasonably fast. Just don't change the recipe in the cryo plants. Is that so? Will those get... those will probably pop into the hub, right? That won't even fit though. I don't have 100 free places in my storage hub at the moment. Alright, let's see how that works, because that will... I'm just gonna override the save. And I'm gonna load it again. Because that will probably put those 100 chunks in my storage, or attempt to. No, it doesn't. Alright. Those 100 chunks get lost as well. Okay, so looks like that has been changed. Very good. Also those asteroids which are put on the ground don't appear in my hub over here. So looks like... I remember when I started playing that was not the case. Those chunks would fill up your hub instantly. I discovered that all the way above Norvis when I made my very first space platform for the science. When I did that here, all those chunks would go into my hub all the time. But that has been changed, apparently. Ah, okay, if you change the recipe, alright. If we change the recipe, then those go in the output slot. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So yeah, let's not touch the recipe. We need to deconstruct things directly. And then the asteroid chunks just go poof. Alright, I do want to see how that goes though. So let's try. So if we change the recipe, the batteries. Now we have 100 output slots with Prometheum asteroids. Alright, but if we deconstruct it now, I guess we should be good still. Okay, now we just get new... How many can we fit in here if we change the recipe again? Now we have 200 output slots with Prometheum asteroids. Is this gonna break at some point? Alright, let's change the recipe back. To something else. Alright, back to Prometheum. Prometheum. Science. Actually no, there is no input slots. I just cannot see the input slots anymore. Where are the input slots? Oh, if I do the mouse over, it does show there's 100 pieces inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines. I cannot really count that. I'll just change it back and forth a couple times. Yeah, those inserters activate again. Now we definitely have 300 chunks in here. So I cannot see the recipe, but we keep collecting those output slots in here. Is there a limit on how many output slots, or is this just gonna grow bigger with a scroll bar every time we do it? Kinda expect it's just gonna grow bigger, but that is a lot of output slots. Alright, what if we deconstruct it now? I don't want to crash the game in case that has not been done. If we deconstruct it now... Okay, still nothing goes in the... Okay, no, we do get 3 in here somehow. 3 of those chunks got in here. But how though? Yeah, I guess they won't actually drop. But then we could just throw them out again, right? I could just throw them out again. Alright, and if I then deconstruct this... Okay, I got rid of the chunks again. So it looks like the chunks somehow can get in here in small amounts. But in general, if we deconstruct stuff which contains those chunks, my mouse button is absolutely effed. We don't get those chunks into here no matter what we do, basically. So that is good news. Alright, I'll load back the last one. Tangent number 1. Oh! Oh! Yeah, infinite storage. We may just have found a way to... we may just have found a way to store Prometheum asteroid chunks even denser than this setup over here. Oh, that is insane. Okay, let's connect a red wire to some power line. Okay, and then we just read ingredients. No, not ingredients, we need to read contents. That should read those 100 asteroid chunks. On the mouse over, yeah, we can see on the mouse over there is a separate red signal now with 100 of those chunks. Alright, now let's try it again. Here's the battery output. Here is the input. Now we change it back to science. Okay, here it goes again. Science output, input. If we hover over the... now, yeah, we got 200. 200 chunks of storage. Oh god, no, 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 no. I guess this is not automatable though. Is it? Maybe it is. No. No, don't do this. No. Oh god. Here we go. Round number 3. Loading up more chunks. 300 asteroids are stored up into this science assembler. I guess you can automate this, right? Because no crafting recipe is in progress. You can automate this. The circuit network doesn't change the recipe if it is in progress to avoid cheesing, but it is not in progress. We just fill it up, throw it in the output slots, fill it up, throw it in the output slots. As long as we don't take it out, I think this is automatable. Oh god, oh god. It doesn't need to be battery, I'll just keep doing the same thing. I'm a monkey with a monkey brain. Monkey brains like doing the same things over and over again. 400 chunks in there. $500 chunks in there. Alright, so how many pieces do I got on? This is like a 5x5 building, right? How often do I need to do that? So there's like 8 chunks per tile on a straight belt. Undergrounds count the straight belts. It is portrayed a bit weird, with only with 4 being on here instead of 8, and 44 being on here instead of 8. The total is 48 though, and the distance is 6 belts, so we do have 8 chunks per belt, times 4, so that's 32 chunks per tile, times 25, it's 800 chunks. So a 5x5 chunk belt area holds approximately 800 Prometheum asteroid chunks. We can easily surpass that, I suppose. We do have a little bit of overhead here in the corners, which reduces the average storage density from 4 belts per tile to about 3.7 belts per tile, but still it's pretty good. Let's get a higher storage density in here, see if we can, or if this breaks at some point. Okay, let me just copy paste the recipe. Alright. 700 chunks go in there right now. This is 800. Yep. 800 Prometheum asteroid chunks stored in this this cryogenic plant. Oh god. No. No. That is horrible. I mean, does this break at some point? We have now matched the storage density of my belt system here. We have surpassed the storage density of my belt system if you include overhead. Although this has overhead as well, at least there are some inserters which need to put the chunks in there. Okay, I guess we're gonna see how far we can take this. That's 900 chunks. I would be able to automate this if I had some extra clocks on board, but I do not want to deconstruct my clock because I have no idea how to build this back anymore. This is more of one of those Chinese cities mess of cables, which just works and you should not touch it or it will stop working. So I guess we'll do it manually a bit. It will break at 65,536 chunks. I mean, that is a lot denser storage than what I have here. Is that the like a 16-bit? Is that the 16-bit limit? 2 to the power of 60. Yeah, it does sound like 65k. If you have iron and copper, just make the combinators by hand. Oh. Well, I guess we don't really have much to do on the ship anyway, so I might as well give it a crack. I don't know how to make a clock though. I do know how to make a clock. I made a clock Yeah, I do know how to make a clock. I made a clock in the 10k SPM base. Alright, let's save first in case I do something horribly stupid. 27, 24. Oh god, we broke storage again. Okay, I'm gonna wear my armor so I can fly around the ship. Okay, give me some copper, give me some iron. How does this work again? I guess I'll just make some of those. I can just throw whatever I don't need overboard again, so I may as well just craft a couple. I think it's only these. Yeah, the railguns really do a lot of damage. We have just surpassed 10 billion damage on this railgun, if I read the numbers correctly. Yeah, that is 10 billion damage on this railgun alone. That's insane. 12 billion on this one. This is an epic railgun. Alright, 16 billion on this one. This is an epic railgun. This is the epic one, alright. 16 billion damage. 13 billion. And this laser turret, 0 damage. Not a single shot was fired from these laser turrets during the entire trip so far. How are the rocket turrets doing? I guess these are the most active. 450 million damage. So they're like a factor 3 behind the railguns in terms of damage done to asteroids. Alright. These are at 71 million. So these are behind way further. The rocket turrets over here deal a lot with asteroids on the sides, which the railguns cannot reach. But in the middle, the railguns basically demolish 90% of everything before the rocket turrets even get a crack at it. You can see most of the rockets are flying out here, while only a few fly out here in the front. Alright. 1.1k, 1.2k. I can imagine though there's different amount of bit space reserved for different areas. I might crash the game if I overflow it, just like that data is going to get written in areas which is supposed to be for other data. That could be the case. But let me remember how I did this. I had a constant combinator which outputs a signal, let's say 1. No, it should be a value of 1. Let's say signal I for input. So we input 1. Input 1 into this thing, and then we hook the output back up to itself, right? And then it starts counting. Output O. I plus. Dang it, I forgot how to do it. Alright, that counts up now. I think I was supposed to take the modulus of something, of a value, perhaps. Let's type something. Oh, I should output I as well. Yeah, I should out... Okay, that is how I did it. Alright. So now this just counts up to, let's say, 666. And then it just resets to 0, right? Alright, there we've got a repeating clock. Alright, I guess we can use one of those decider selector combinators. We can also do it with this though. So we can say if signal... what does it output? It outputs I as well. If signal I... Hey, programming stuff. How did I select? I forgot how I did that there. I don't have that on the ship anymore. I think I need the other one, deciders. So that means if I is less than half of the clock, we output a recipe battery or something. Right? And then on the other one, we say if it's higher than this value, half of the value, we output recipe science pack. Oh god, this is going to work. That is a little bit annoying. Alright. Okay, let's just hook it up to something so we can see the result. Okay. What kind of inputs are we getting? Output 1. Alright, I forgot that. Output 1. Okay, so now we get input signal battery, and then we get input signal science pack. I guess 0 is a number, so I guess we'll set it to equals or above to divide it. Then we just gotta time how long does it take for these inserters to insert a stack of batteries. Oh. Okay, so those go in your, when you do it yourself, not from the map view, those go in your inventory. Right. That's going to take me a little bit of time to get rid of. I'm still Z outputting those on the belt apparently. Alright, so we'll do this from map view then, so it doesn't go in my inventory. That's kind of an oopsie. Alright. Let's go over here, that's out of reach. Nothing should be able to kill me here. Okay, let's count. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, still more stuff is laying on the ground here. Yeah, okay, this starts to be in the realm of messing things up. Let's delete everything that is laying on the ground. I guess on the entire ship we could do that. Ah, come on, mouse button. Play along. 29 chunks, alright, that's not too bad. Do those go in here? No, they just disappear. Okay, that's nice. Asteroid chunks just try to disappear as much as possible. Right. Now we've got a not nice number in here though. So I'll delete it and Control Z it. That should get rid of everything. Alright, it doesn't take that long to fill up with 100 chunks. Yeah, we just have to hook up this. I guess we'll hook it up with red wire then. We can maybe reach... No, we cannot. Alright, we need to move this down a bit. Even put it in here, I suppose. Alright, so now if we hover over this power pole, we get a red signal which alternates between battery and science spec. Then if we set this thing to set recipe, this goes into the output slot now. And if we hook up this, okay, this is dangerous. 27:55. If possible, I do not want to lose my flight progress. This is supposed to be about reaching the shattered planet, not about these kinds of experiments, so hopefully this will work. Alright. Enable infinite Prometheum asteroid chunk storage in a 5x5 tile area. Let's go. Alright, you do get a signal of battery and science spec. Alright. Okay, maybe it is secured against this stuff. Maybe it will only set the recipe if there's actually no chunks inside. So let me try that. Go out of range. Control Z it back into place. Yes, okay, nice. Nice. That means it is not automatable. It is not automatable. The recipe won't change if there is stuff stuck in the output slots. That is actually a relief. That is actually a relief. Because this is a little bit too stupid to work. Alright, so we cannot change the recipe with signals. If there's stuff in the output slot. That is nice. Alright, let me catch up with chat a bit because I missed a bunch of stuff. One of the patches made it so that automated recipe changes is only possible to empty assembler. It does appear to be true from this. This statistical sample size of one test result does agree with that statement, at least. We cannot change the recipe if anything is inside the assembler. Okay, that was way too many. Okay, if I put like one chunk in there. Okay, it does want to change, but it does not actually change because now this is in the output slot. So it just changes to nothing. If you try to change the recipe when there are still outputs inside, it changes to nothing until you take it out, I suppose. And then it just changes again to whatever signal it's getting. But even if you you cannot manually put that in the output slot. So if something is inside, that will just go into the output slots. And then the recipe won't be set again until all those slots are empty. So no automatic infinite storage at least. Okay, that's that's interesting. That's good. That's good. That's good. Sample size of 2. Sample size of 2 is already a lot better than sample size of 1. Pole assembler, rest in peace. Try to separate networks. It tries to set recipe to asteroid chunk. It tries to set recipe to science pack. I mean, we only ever got one signal on this power pole. It's either battery or science pack. I don't see how separating the networks would help. As soon as you take it out, it starts working again. I think it's a limitation of the cryogenic, or basically of the functionality of a well thought out prevention of this cheese mechanic. Maybe not this specific one which I'm trying to do now, but in general they made it as hard as possible to cheese stuff with bonus production and interrupting stuff mid-cycle. They just put all those safety measures in to only be able to do stuff with the network if the machine is empty, apparently. Which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Alright. So, let's disable the network. I think I'm done with this experiment. For now. I guess we can... we can leave this clock on board just as a memory. We'll just... we don't need it. Alright, let's just take it out. I will place these back. Let me insert my own chunks first. Are there chunks in here? Just to make sure. No chunks in there. Okay, then these can be placed back. I have them myself. Okay, that still means we can do it ourselves. That is still entirely possible. Do I want to try? I mean, 65,000, that is changing the recipe. We may as well do it. We're on an interstellar space. This is the reality, people, of interstellar travel. There is no faster than light speed. It just cannot be done. It's very unlikely that that technology can exist because it would break so many fundamental principles of the universe if it would be possible to exceed light speed. This is the reality of spaceship travel. It takes an effing long time and you will get bored out of your mind if you're not frozen or something. I guess there is one way to make the trip shorter, that is to fly at very close to the speed of light, so for you it seems like less time passes compared to people on Earth, but that is just about the only way you can make it feel shorter. Yeah, this is indeed Factorio. You can downgrade to 2.0.11. You can downgrade a lot. I mean, the first time I played, where's my GUI? When I started my playthrough, I would be able to just pause the game on the map view over here, and I would literally see the map. I could even do it in the void. If the chunks were generated in the void, I could pause the game, and I would see the land, I would see the resources, I would see the biters in the void. So yeah, a lot of bugs have been fixed already, but that was one of the funny ones. Good mornings from Canada. Are we there yet? No. We should keep an eye on our... Yeah, we still have full belts of all chunks. So somehow we are still good. We are approaching the poorest area of carbon chunks. Maybe I over-worried about this part, because it looks like, even though Even though carbon chunks are poor, we're still throwing some of them overboard sometimes. Let's see how that goes when we actually surpass this area. But I may have been worried about nothing, we'll see. Actually no. The belt is struggling a bit. It's not backed up all the time anymore. We do have a lot of ice though. Okay, what's this asteroid collector doing? Yeah, it's just grabbing everything. I don't think we're missing a lot of coal chunks, to be honest. I think we're collecting just about everything that there is to collect in front of us. Right, but coal is the carbonic chunks are struggling actually. They're actually struggling. You can see they're all gone right now. Alright, this is important. 2782k. The Great Carbonic Asteroid Depression begins. And it won't ever stop anymore. It will get slightly better later on again, but also the other asteroids, the Prometheum asteroid spawns are going up still, so that may be a problem. So probably our explosive rocket production is gonna plummet. Here you see it. It has been constant. It has been actually constant for all this time. Except when we went to sleep when our storage was basically full. It has been constant. Now though it starts to dip. We are no longer producing 1,000 rockets every minute. Okay, so there's two things we can do. We can artificially go slower still. To reduce rocket spandage, because I assume rocket spandage is still at 1k. Yeah, it is. Or we could try repurposing these then, since those chunks get deleted anyway. To also grab coal. Although, yeah, we're grabbing just about every last chunk of coal which is flying out here. Not absolutely everyone, but almost everyone. I guess we'll just keep an eye on it, just to see. This is the wrong graph. We'll see if this dips severely below 1k a minute. We might try to take some countermeasures, but for now I think we'll just keep flying a bit still and see how it turns out. But yeah, we have reached the most critical point, I believe. The most critical point being where the carbonic asteroids are at their absolute minimum. If you look at the yellow graph flashing... Oh. If you look at the yellow graph flashing on the screen there. This is the low point. It has like 30 carbonic asteroids a minute. After this the other ones are gonna get sparse as well, especially the oxide. That may turn out to be a problem as well. Looks like oxide is not a problem now. We are throwing overboard plenty of oxide, but that may change. We need to keep a close eye on this stuff and not get deadlocked too much into this stuff over here. So let me set sound back to normal volume. Can you reprocess Prometheum? No. Surely with the reprocessing you have enough. Maybe around now still, yes, but later on all of the asteroid resource types are gonna diminish. And the problem is, if I would put asteroid reprocessing on the ship as well, then I suddenly need to defend like another 4 railguns and rocket turrets worth of asteroid spawns. That's a lot of extra asteroids to deal with. So, of course I would have more intake as well, but I'm not really sure it would be worth it. It probably is worth it though, but I don't know. It's too late now. we have set up the ship without asteroid reprocessing. So yeah, I guess we'll have to see, but later on all asteroids are going to be poor, so if we are already using up all asteroids which we collect for actual production, then there is nothing to reprocess, and the reprocessing would just either delete useful asteroids because it's a lossy process, you get back only a chunk 80% of the time, and half of the time you need to reprocess it again because you get back the same chunk you put in. So you lose 20, 30... You lose like, I think, on average one asteroid which you reprocess turns into 0.6 other types of asteroids, if you count it all the way through. So you lose almost half an asteroid in the reprocessing stage. If you count the chance that you need to reprocess the same asteroid you put in again. And 20% of the times you just lose your input. It's like another type of factorial gambling, I suppose. Yeah, I don't have more crushers on board, so I cannot set it up even if I wanted to. I mean, I could put it in this useless back end of the spaceship, I suppose, but oh well. It still has to go back to all the machinery, which is kinda impossible to belt out here again. This area is full, officially, there's no way. I don't have any asteroid productivity. That would be... Oh, that would be a way to increase yields as well. I did not research any of this. It's too late now though, I cannot reactivate Gleba anymore. I could have done this earlier on. But yeah, we're doing it kinda without any productivity bonuses, really. I haven't researched any of those yet. Just to keep the default... Just to give me a better feel of the default resource distribution during the game, I suppose. I never researched any of those, even though they are good text to research. Yeah, we're doing everything raw. Right, yeah, I guess that is another major major difference in the spaceship of the Doe. She probably has researched a bunch of levels of asteroid productivity, as it's a very, very, very useful tech to get. And I just simply didn't with my stubborn old head. I mean, it's not even expensive. I mean, where is it? 1500, 2250. Okay, it goes up pretty slowly as well. I mean, I researched like over 100,000 science worth of damage upgrades, so I easily could have had double asteroid productivity to go along with it, I suppose. But yeah, we don't have Gleba anymore. We lost Gleba to the pentapods. Well, we didn't lose it, but we had to switch it off before they started attacking. So now we can no longer, but this is a huge, huge, huge... that is how you get to the Shattered Planet. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Why am I so stubborn? Alright. And that is how you get to the Shattered Planet, at least at high speeds, I suppose, because then you do have the... If basically every piece of carbon turns into twice the explosives that it does now, it's going to be relatively easy. Yeah, if I just double the... If I just imagine I have double the production rate due to the asteroid processing being twice as efficient, I could have had 2000 rockets a minute on board, which is about similar to what the Doe said she would be producing on her ship. Yeah, okay, that's a big, I guess, oversight you could call it, on my part. Okay, we're definitely seeing some production dips now. Okay, we are at the low point. We are at the absolute low point in terms of carbonic. Carbonic is set to go up again a little. How is our rocket storage doing? I guess it's going down. Yeah, 58.5k. How is the speed control? Down to 43. I think we'll just artificially limit speed to like 38 or so. And hope... Does that make sense even? I mean, if we're grabbing all the asteroids, it does not really make sense. Alright, let me switch down sound again. I think we'll just try to repurpose. Is that the right? Yeah, that's the right one. I think we'll just try to repurpose some of these to coal if we can. Okay, we're not grabbing all of them, so it does make sense. We are covering everything though. No, some of them are falling. Okay, so let's do it. We'll try to repurpose this one into coal. We don't actually have belts on board to do that. So I guess we have to cannibalize some belts here or there. We'll see though how that goes. We can take these. We can take these belts. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's save again. 2809k. Try to repurpose asteroid collectors. Anyway, Prometheums are full. We're at 2.8 million. I probably should update the text over. I'll set it to 2.9 because I forget anyway. Hey, already 400,000 kilometers, man, on this awake journey. Where is the box? Alright. Yeah, I'm going to do that from a distance because I don't want my inventory to overflow. So first of all, we need to delete this. And this, and this, and this, and this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we just copy paste one which has coal. Now we're gonna grab coal. There we go. That should come out over here. There we go. Alright. Then it has to join up with this belt. This is the incoming asteroid belt, I suppose. So we do have these on board. I know for a fact we have these on board. And we can cannibalize this belt to put it on here. And we can cannibalize this belt to make this belt faster. What that will do is it will probably mix up some of these ice chunks with some of these coal chunks with a little bit of luck. Not entirely sure though if that's gonna work. Looks like we don't need to do that. Alright, that's one successful. Okay, coal is backing up again. This is full. Okay, this is not quite full yet. But at least this is kinda reaching the end again. Alright, looks like explosive rocket production is definitely going up again. And maybe not, it looks kinda jiggly all over the place. Okay, we'll do it on the other side as well, then we'll check back. So what did I do? This one. Delete. 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 Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Delete this one. Then copy the one which has the coal. Coal should come out over here. Okay, any day now, there it comes. We have these belts. And we cannibalize this belt to put that onto here. Alright, that is one of the Prometheums redone. The other one is a bit harder. I don't really know how I'm supposed to do that. I guess I could deconstruct this, loop the belt around with a... I could use the red underground to go out here. Yeah, we can do this as well. I guess let's do it. Okay, let's save though, because this first one was successful. I don't know if the second one is going to be successful. 22k first repurpose successful. That was a very I'll get up and stretch after this asteroid repurposing is complete, and then we can just look at the results for a bit while I do the stretching. It's far. How many more hours? Eight? Think about 8 more hours. Yeah, maybe less. It depends at what speed we can keep going at. Alright, so let's try to repurpose this useless one to something useful as well. So basically, delete, 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 delete. Control Z, everything back into place except the collector. delete this. And then these red undergrounds, which carry the Prometheum asteroids to the right. So this is not really that easily reversible. And then we simply put that in here. Rotate this, rotate this. No, wait. This has to go out straight one tile further. And then we can do this. Right, that is the way to do it. That is the way to do it. Now those asteroids go there. This belt is absolutely full. And we're throwing those overboard again. Okay, success, mission successful. Now we just copy a coal grabber out here. Okay, let's check if it works. It should come out here. Go into here and then come out here. It does. It even goes on the top side of the belt, at least for this orientation. I guess here it will go in the bottom of the belt. Alright, let's do it on here as well, because we are done with Prometheum asteroids. Rotate, rotate, copy paste. Alright, no more Prometheum collection on the front side of the ship, that should be. Yeah, here comes the asteroids. They are on the belt, they zip by quite fast, but they are going. Indeed, here they are on the inside of the belt, so everything goes on the bottom, which is not great, but I guess if there's a resource shortness, we're gonna be not having full belts anyway. Alright, so we've done what we can in that extent. Could set coal back on here as well. But I think we're already grabbing all the coal with these two, which only grab coal. So this guy can basically just keep focusing on metal and ice. Let's try if it grabs coal as well. If the inserter can keep up, we may as well just grab coal as well. Okay, we have some sort of drop. Okay, let's look at something not intense. Until UPS goes back up to 60 again. Okay, there we kind of go, but not really. Alright, there we go, I suppose. Are spaceships really that UPS intense? That is pretty bad. Oh, we're back to normal speed. It looks like we're back to normal speed. How's our rocket stocks doing? 57,000. As long as we stay above 50,000, I'm not going to be worried just yet. If we drop below 50k, I think I'm going to slow down the ship. But for now, let's just keep it going. We're grabbing absolutely everything. Let's copy that to here as well. We're grabbing absolutely every last piece of coal chunk that comes into range of these grabby little claws, I suppose. So that's just the reality of the situation now, is there is just not enough coal asteroids coming in at this point in time. The lowest coal asteroid spawnage of the entire trip is happening here. Is that true? Maybe not. Maybe not actually. But at least the lowest coal spawning so far, it's gonna go up again a little bit towards 3.2 million kilometers. So I suppose we'll be fine. Yeah, we're throwing some coal overboard again sometime. How is rocket production? Wobbly, I suppose. It will remain wobbly because of the randomness in the coal spawning. But yeah, as you can see, we definitely don't have enough coal anymore to sustain rocket production, which is a fundamental problem. I guess we're just gonna watch the front end of the ship for a bit. We definitely cannot go faster. No, that's out of the question. We can go faster for like 20 minutes and then we'll die, because we're out of rockets. Is it worth it to invest red ammo for space platform? It makes stuff a lot more difficult. I think the game and the laptop are also not really liking it that the stream has been going for like, I don't know, how much hours? 17 hours without any restarts, and I think loading a lot of save games also doesn't really help. So we're gonna have these temporary slowdowns happening sometimes. I guess I could restart the game. That wouldn't do anything to hurt the stream. If it happens more frequently, then I'll just reload the stream. Or I just reload the game. Trim the rocket turret on the side of the ship. I tried doing that in my tests. It does lead to lower rocket spendage, but it also leads to the rockets blowing up more stuff at the side of my ship. So right now I haven't blown up anything just yet, but if I disable like the outer rocket turrets so they don't shoot useless asteroids as far out, sometimes when a huge one breaks, the asteroids come in too fast, and then the big one gets broken, the medium ones get some extra momentum, and by the time the mediums get blown up, the blast radius of the rockets is actually taking out my asteroid collectors every now and then. But you know, every now and then, if you have to do a 10-hour long trip still or something, you cannot even afford to lose one every now and then. So I decided I will not trim the rockets from the side. I kinda did though, because the ones on the really outside only target mediums. These target only mediums, and then some of the back row still only targets mediums. Only the second rocket turret on the top starts targeting big ones. So we have a little bit of rocket savings calculated in, but not a lot. But if you look at this area of the screen a lot, you will see some of those mediums drifting in at a pretty high speed some of the time. So that is why I'm not trimming off the sides over here. Yeah, we could the problem now is though, if I reduce the speed of the ship, we're still not production is going to reduce as well, because we're already grabbing all the coal chunks. No coal chunks are wasted at the speed we are going at. We are grabbing everything. So if we go slower, then also we will have less coal asteroids to grab per minute, and production will go down linearly together with the speed. So it is not really helping us to go slower at this point, as production will now drop as well due to the resource shortage in the asteroids. So while before it was true we could simply go slower, because anyway there was an unlimited amount of coal asteroids to grab, and many of those chunks went to waste. Now they're no longer going to waste. We're grabbing every last chunk and turning it into explosives. So if we go slower, we simply will be grabbing less chunks, making less explosives per minute, making less rockets per minute. So production goes down with consumption at this point in time, because currently we are limited by the amount of coal asteroids spawning. And it's the first time in this entire trip that we are limited by that. Speed up to get more, yes, but then rocket spendage goes up extremely fast as well, because the faster we go, the railguns will do less work when we go faster, so the rockets need to clean up a lot more relative to the speed we are going at. I guess it contradicts my earlier statement a little bit. I guess it would help a little bit to slow down. We would need less rockets to clean up the debris. But yeah, we would also gather less resources. So for now I just keep going at the maximum speed I think I can go, which is approximately this. As long as I keep above 50k rockets, we're at 57k. 57.5k. As long as we keep above 50k rockets, we're gonna be fine. The maximum rockets I can carry is 60k rockets. So yeah, and indeed we have reached the logical speed to travel at in space. 42 kilometers a second is the automatic speed control at the moment. So what can we do? Life has decided for us we should travel at 42 kilometers a second, the only one answer possible. So my hands are tied. I literally cannot do anything else. Okay, it's good though, some asteroids are getting thrown off the ship, so technically maybe we could go a bit faster. What is spendage at the moment? Yeah, we are at maximum spendage. That is why the ship has slowed down again. As soon as we start spending more than 10-50 rockets a minute, simply the speed goes down until we are consuming 10-50 rockets a minute again. Maximum rocket production, has that stabilized again? Actually it does seem to have kind of stabilized again at 1k. Right, so here we had the dips. Maybe it's already starting to spawn more asteroids as well. Okay, we're back up to 37 a minute from the low point of 30 a minute. So that's already like 25% more asteroids. So maybe that is just because that it's going up again. It looks like we're gonna make it though. It does look like we're gonna... I don't know, I shouldn't say this too early. But it does look like we're gonna... we have a good chance, we have a good chance. What is the minimum ship to get to the solar system edge? I have no idea. Look at how red this is though. There's barely anything else anymore except red chunks. I did not go for productivity modules, I just went for pure speed to save on space, because productivity modules do increase yield per asteroid, but also you need a lot more infrastructure, which means you need a bigger ship, which means you need to defend the bigger area, etc, etc. So I just went for raw speed. How long are we on the way? Over 10 hours for sure. It's like we started about 16 hours ago with the actual flight. Stream has been going for over 17 hours, but we had a couple tangents just to check some stuff. Right, even the production dip is visible in the 50-hour graph, which is kind of impressive. But let's see if it goes up again. It will probably oscillate a bit still. Let's once more check the predictions for the rest of the trip. So yeah, carbonics is gonna spike, relatively spike again at 50 a minute, and then it's just gonna drop off back to 30 a minute or worse. So at the end we'll have a similar dip, but then we will have made it. We can definitely coast out like 100,000 kilometers on our rocket banks without producing anything, I believe. Oxide though, oxide is going to be a problem as well. If you look at oxide, it has been plentiful until now basically. Oxide is going to go down, and we rely on oxide for every single process on the ship. We need it, yeah, literally for everything. Not in the quantities we need the carbonics, but we need it for everything. Every single process uses it. Explosives use water, which is ice. Even metals, they use the calcite for the foundries, which is ice. And of course, the very, very important fuel production also uses water, which is ice. Literally every process on the ship requires water. And ice asteroids are going to be low for the rest of the trip. How about metallics? These are metallics. Metallics actually dip at 3.2 million, but metallics are the lowest in demand chunks. 17 a minute though is quite low. It's like half of the minimum which carbon was at. Yeah, oxides will stay consistently low at the end. 23 a minute, 22 a minute. It just does not go up anymore. So that might turn out to be a problem as well. I may want to catch... Once this oxide flow out of the side of the ship stops, I want to start catching more oxides as well. We'll just set some of the coal ones to also catch oxides, I suppose. Because now we only catch oxides in this area and here on the edge. And all the oxide in the middle is going to waste. I guess we also catch some oxide out here. But this is a minimal amount, just whatever happens to drift inwards over here. We cannot grab the oxide asteroids which are thrown out of the ship. So these are no longer objects, these are just like pictures. They don't actually exist anymore. If you throw something in space, it's gone forever. You cannot pick it up anymore. Alright, it's looking good though. I'm going to zoom out for a bit and let the ship do its thing. Almost 2.9k. Let's make another save. 28, 72k. I'm going to restart the game real quick because the slowdowns are getting real. Yeah, let me just quickly get through that. That should reset some stuff in terms of memory and whatnot. Yeah. There's a lot of ways this ship could be improved. I just tried to keep it as default as it is though, with obtainable quality stuff, not messing with the original intent, which was the Prometheum collection. Actually, I did mess it with it now though, because I changed the front asteroid collectors to collect useful stuff. It's taking quite a while to start up. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh, the laptop is pretty hot as well. Let's check the total production rate as well. Sorry, I missed that. Can you set up a channel point bet or whether the ship makes it or not? I don't know if I can do that. Oh, there's a funny one. Car race. Who wins? It's the yellow car. Car race on the oil field. They have so many cool new background menu scenes. This is an old one though. Let's check one more. If we get a new one, we'll watch it as well. Yeah, it's an old one. Okay, it's a short one though. We can watch one more. Come on, give us a new one. Give us a good one. Factorio gambling with main menu background screens. Gambling in Factorio is a thing now. No. Alright. We'll load back into the save. Hopefully that will help a bit. Now everything has been reset, reinitialized, wiped from RAM memory and all that kind of stuff. Guess I should set sound back to normal. Alright, there's the explosions. Action movies. Alright, I'll do the get up and stretch thing I promised like half an hour ago. Sorry about that. Do you recommend getting this DLC? Yeah, if you haven't bought Factorio yet, I think just buying the base game at first is a good way to get into it and to see if you like the game in general. If you like the base game though, this expansion is awesome. It's just awesome in every way. I mean, but some of the mechanics are pretty punishing, like spaceship design is quite hard to wrap your head around because you cannot directly control a lot of stuff. You know, still have frame rate issues, those random slowdowns. So the trip may turn out to take a bit longer if we get these frame drops a lot of the time. What is going on? Ah yeah, now it's faking again that it's working, huh? Now it's working, huh? Now I start to look what the problem is, it suddenly works again. It's always like that, huh? I used to be like sort of a mechanic for some sort of service company, and people always would report problems with the machine, and you would go there and the machine would just work fine, and the customer was always like, oh, it was really broken, I don't know why it's working now. It's always like this. Oh yeah, now it's going smooth as butter again. Man, the field is just so dense, man. It's just incredible. Oh, doing the stretching. Alright, I'll be out for a couple minutes. Alright. Yeah, we have been going for 17 hours. All of that has been traveling. We're 3/4 of the way there. Almost. And we're projected to go for another 8 hours or so, because we have slowed down since the beginning. Let's quickly check rocket stocks. Still over 57,000, so looks like we are okay somehow. So I just called with my wife. She had a great idea. To display this idea I have to go into editor mode, so I have to make a save. 2890. I'm making too many saves. Alright, so I'm having all these problems, right? I'm having all these problems with this asteroid field. Then my wife, she had a great idea. I mean, why don't I just fly over here, you know? There's nothing here, here's just empty space. Why do I fly here where all these asteroids spawn? I should just fly over here, through this empty space, and just cruise to a victory. It's actually brilliant. I just don't know how to... I forgot to put thrusters on the side of my ship, so I could just laterally move over to this area and fly over here. But that's actually the best idea. But unfortunately I cannot do it. So yeah, let's load back into the actual save game. But that would have been a brilliant solution to this entire problem. Sometimes the simplest solution is also the easiest, or the other way around. The easiest solution is the most simple. Okay, we are throwing overboard some coal still. That is good. That is excellent. I have a great hopes that we're gonna make it. As long as my computer doesn't fry to a crisp, we should be able to make it. Now I'm catching you. Yeah, we have these random drops all of the time. Don't really know what's going on. Perhaps let's just, you know what? Let's just appreciate the size of this ship. This is the front end. Let's just slowly fly out all the way to the back end. At default speed. That will really give you an idea of just how long this tail actually is. It is pretty long. There's a lot of belts on here. Alright, we finally reached the end. Don't worry about it. It's cold in space. We can warm ourselves up a bit in this nice thruster exhaust. Reload our jetpack so we can fly over the ship a little bit. That's perfectly fine. We are fine. Everything is fine. Are you moving up or down if you're running backwards on a moving ship? That is way too difficult of a question to answer. That is way too difficult. It's 17 hours already. Did streamer eat something? Even better, a streamer did sleep for like 6 or 7 hours. So yeah, we're doing it the lazy way, but for the rest of this we are going to stay on stream all the time. I mean, let's just enjoy the thrusters doing their thing for a bit. Looks like the asteroids despawn around this area. Belt immunity is the key to being the center of the universe. Yeah. You can exit a space platform. Yes, but you need to do it at the moment you enter. So when you launch yourself up from a planet to the ship, you can press enter at the very last moment to exit the capsule, and then you can walk around on your ship. You don't even need this cool mechanical armor. Whoa, this is trippy. Now we get a sense of some speed. Look at the speed at which I'm flying backwards. I guess I can fly forwards. Okay, we're lagging. It doesn't really matter where we are on the screen. We just getting lag spikes. It's not Factorio's fault, I'm pretty sure. It's just a function of the game in combination with streaming, in combination of doing it all on a laptop with questionable cooling. And it's just thermal throttling of the laptop at this point, which is causing the slowdowns. Ideally I would restart the laptop like completely, but these are actually some pretty cool images though. Is the spaceship leaving us behind? No, okay. We're still good. Put the laptop in the fridge, yeah. I guess I actually could... it is pretty warm in the van in general. Let me switch off the heater. I can open the door a bit, some cool air can come in to cool down my laptop. The factories at my home planets are already not doing a lot. All of them are idle basically. So while there is stuff on there, nothing is happening on there. And I cannot legitimately remove surfaces from the game. I guess I could actually. I don't want to do it though. So there is a way. We can delete all the other spaceships. Technically we can just delete them. That would probably lead to a lot of this stuff getting sent down to planets though, which leads to a lot of blinking lights, which I may or may not be able to get rid of. And also, I might want to continue this game and fly back if I can. And then I very much would like to have these platforms still, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep him for as far as it goes. Yeah, let's do the map view thing to check out the front. How is the belts? Okay, so coal is actually, it is going up and down a little bit. But in general we have good production. Yeah, in general we have decent production again. So this was the worst of the dip, apparently. Yeah, I think we have found the sweet balance, man. 42 kilometers a second. The life, the question, the answer. The answer to life, the universe and everything. 42. How fast should one travel towards the shattered planet in Factorio? 42. Units don't matter. 42 is the answer. Alright, cold air is rushing in. Now I'm gonna be froze. But at least the laptop will run a bit smoother perhaps. Everything for the stream. Alright, we'll keep this on this side. Let's check the kill count. Oh no, we should check the total rocket count and stuff. We have fired so far 734,000 rockets, whereas our storage is 60,000 on the ship. So we have already spent 12 times as many rockets as we can store in the hub. That is why we need to have the live ammo production to match consumption. There is no way to store enough rockets on the ship, I say, but there is. I could use these belts to store rockets instead of asteroid chunks, and I could store 800,000 rockets on this belt instead of 200,000 asteroids. So I could have stored all the rockets we fired in the first 3 million kilometers of the trip on that entire belt down there, which is quite funny. We have spent also 300,000 railgun ammo. Of those I can store only 9,000 on the ship. So we definitely have to match that production. Looks like about 330 railgun shells a minute. On average for the last 10 hours. Which is like more than half as little as the promised shooting speed of 0.86 a second. Even at the shooting speed of 0.5 a second, we should be shooting 480 shells a minute with the 16 railguns we have. And now we have like a 66% or something or 70% shooting speed upgrade. We should be shooting like 700 to 800 a minute at maximum rate, but we don't, because railguns suck. Railguns are great, but the shooting speed is broken. Alright, let's check we can probably now get a nice graph as well of the kill count, if we just use the huge asteroids. Huge, alright. Yeah, okay, so this spike is that accidental speed up. We should ignore that, but in general this is the relative density of asteroids which we have encountered over the start of the game. This is when we went to sleep, so also this spike we should discount. So the relative asteroid spawns are still on here, but the absolute magnitude kinda differs with the speed we went at. So we went at normal speed, in night mode we went at slow speed, and now we're going at normal speed again. So let's go in the 10-hour view. Switch off the Prometheums. You can actually see this is I think this is the carbonic dip at 2 million kilometers out. Then it went up again, then it went down again. Then we started flying again, it went down to 2.8 million kilometers. But we're going at a faster speed, so we're still grabbing more. We're going like 1.5 times as fast. So, okay, it's a bit hard to see now because of the varying speed. But this is actually 1.5 times as high if we just look at, if we account for our speed. But now this should go up again. If we look at the last hour. We don't really see that. It's fairly constant. Okay, 55.4 over the last hour. Okay, 60.3 over the last 10 minutes. So that's definitely more over the last 10 minutes than over the last hour on average. We went from 55 a minute to 60 a minute. To, yeah, okay, this is probably too short of a scale to tell anything useful. But it does appear to go up again. But you can see Prometheum is just like orders of magnitude above the other ones at this moment. So we are shooting already 900 huge Prometheum asteroids a minute. Compared to 70, 60 and 40 a minute for the 3 resource type ones. That is where it's at right now. That is the actual kill count. So we're at, and let's check, we're at 900, a kill count of 900 at 45 kilometers a second. If we put that on the space map, where we are now, 530, about 530 a minute. But the actual kill count is like 875 or something. So in the beginning we got roughly 4 times as many asteroids to spawn at our top speed. Now it looks like it's down to about 1.5 times as much. A little bit more maybe. We have already surpassed the point. Let's just fly slow. Let's just do a slow flight. Zoom in a bit. Slow flight all the way across the spaceship. The belt weaving is indeed to store more stuff than you could otherwise. Oh, this is a nice way to introduce the ship though. Pretty cool. Have you turned off turbo boost for the CPU on your laptop? I have done mine, and it essentially makes it cooler for no noticeable performance change. Alright, this is what running on turbo belts looks like without legs. You can do it. You can make progress, but you're pretty slow. I think we cannot pass this corner though. Yeah. I cannot. Okay, I can. Alright. I have to be careful to not go in front of these railgun things. Let's take off the armor again. And I can take my selfie spot. Oh, sorry about that. That was loud. I can take my selfie spot on the front of the ship again. How do I switch off turbo boost for the CPU? And can I do that midstream? It's actually a lot cooler again. Maybe just opening the doors a bit helped. Or maybe just standing in the back of the spaceship a bit helped. Or maybe all of it helped. It's a bias setting. Alright, yeah, that's not gonna happen midstream then. I'll have a look at it though. Let me make a note somewhere. So turbo boost is a bad thing, right? If I understand this correctly. I'm like a CPU noob, so you need to tell me everything. Switch off laptop CPU turbo boost in BIOS. I do know how to access BIOS and all that stuff, but I don't actually know what anything of the settings do, so I don't really touch stuff. It should be a good thing, but experimenting with it is fine. Alright, yeah, I'll have a look at that. Anything that improves performance is worth investigating. In general. I wish there was a setting to just enable flying all the time. Just toggle permanent flight mode and not land in between. That would be epic. To just cruise smoothly along your factory without without landing and rising up again every couple meters. That would look awesome. There's probably gonna be a mod for that, I suppose. And I'm going to use that as soon as it comes out. Maybe it's already out. I haven't looked into anything yet. I just getting through my first playthrough. Completely default, completely no modded, no mods, no knowledge, no looking up stuff, no looking other content. Just getting through the game ourselves. But if we reach the Shattered Planet today, that's gonna change. I'm going to allow myself to indulge in other people's knowledge and see how everybody else has been doing things. I'm probably going to be doing a bunch of face palming at that point, when I see much better and more elegant solutions than the things I came up with during this stream. But yeah, most of the fun in playing a new game for the first time is just the discovery, man. Discovering everything. Be it by doing it yourself, or if you don't do it yourself, by joining me on stream for the entire experience. It has been quite nice. I've been trying to keep up with chat and go into all the ideas and questions and whatnot, so we could discover it together. let's go in map view. Again, 2937. We're about to hit the 3 million kilometer mark. My wife is definitely right, I should be flying out here. Here it's much more peaceful. Don't know what I'm doing in the middle of this asteroid field. It's the man's way of doing stuff, man. We do stuff the hard way. My wife would just fly out here. Alright, so I'm not planning to continue live streaming this much. My main thing is making edited videos. So I'm going to return to that after this series is complete. I thought it would take like 2 to 3 weeks to finish the game, but here we are, 1.5 months later. I kinda did extend the original synopsis of the playthrough though. I don't know if I used this word correctly, I hope so. I just intended to get to the edge of the solar system to finish the game, but now this extension was a mistake, basically. This took way more time to design and build than I bargained for. We've been working on designing, collecting, building, bug fixing on this ship, basically. We have been preparing for this journey for way too long. Way too long. But now we are pulling through, man. This is the day where it's all gonna pay off, hopefully. Hopefully the ship survives. Will you do a series of the DLC? Yeah, I will make my nuclear experience into a video. Probably not cut directly from the live streams, as that would be like 300 hours of footage to get through, which is a bit idiotic. I'm just gonna write the script and either re-record or find suitable clips to match with that, and hope that that process will go a bit faster. I'm gonna do the same for the 10,000 signs per minute vanilla playthrough, and I'm still working on 2 other videos in the meantime as we speak. So yeah, I'm going to go back to streaming once or twice per week after this is done, finishing up the 10,000 signs per minute series in Factorio 1.1 still, because that's where it was started. And even though the transition from 1.1 to 2.0 is quite smooth when you have a normal size base, for a almost finished 10,000 signs per minute base, just too much stuff is going to break and too much stuff is going to work different for me to want to fix that. So I'll just finish that in the old version. And I'm going to be very annoyed at all the quality of life upgrades which are now missing in the old version, which previously I didn't know I had access to. How do you manage space signs? It took me a while to figure it out in the beginning. I just do it very simple. You can do like a sushi belt for asteroids. I didn't do it. I just have one asteroid grabber for every type of asteroid. Put it into a crusher, put the byproduct on a belt, make sure the asteroid we only input from the asteroid grabber if this belt is empty, so it never clogs up. And then we just output the ice and the carbon on a belt. We smelt the iron ore into iron, and then we just combine the ice, the iron and the carbon into space signs and send it down to the planet. When you look at it like this, it's really not that difficult. You can also just, instead of doing this wiring, You can just throw overboard. You can just put it on the edge of the platform and throw overboard the byproduct chunks. That's totally fine if you don't want to get into wiring. It will work just the same. If you want to do a sushi belt, yeah, I don't know. You can basically just read all belts and then just have an inserter at the edge of it throwing stuff overboard if relevant signals are higher than some amount on the belt, so you always keep space on the belt. That would also be a way to do it. But yeah, space signs in general, the hardest thing about this is trying to design it, because you have to design this in space. You cannot place these on Norvis, and you are not in space in the beginning. So you have to design it like from the map view, which is kind of unintuitive, but that was the biggest problem really, to design space signs. But yeah, that is basically the introduction to space signs. I did streamline this a little bit in a later blueprint, but this was the very first setup, which you just kept. Just make a rectangle, put asteroid collectors. Every asteroid collector has one thing it needs to do. It needs to crush stuff. Iron ore needs to get smelted. It gets combined into space signs, and that's it. Drop it down to the planet. Not like this. Don't drop it down to the planet like this. Just drop it into the silo and take it out. Don't question it. We're flying to the Shadow Planet. Yeah, we are. That's my theory as well. We already are flying through the Shadow Planet. We are just reaching. We are used to be the core or something. That's why the promethium gets denser as well. The heavy stuff tends to be lower down. I try to avoid using combinators in my playthroughs to keep it, I've been telling myself that, to keep it more accessible to everybody. Although a decent portion of all of you are like coders or programmers or other IT people in some sort of way. So maybe I should let that go and use combinators a little bit. I'm actually using combinators a little bit on this ship to automatically regulate the speed. And we just tried to do the recipe setting to store an infinite amount of promethium asteroids into cryogenic plants. We cannot do it automatically. We can probably still do that manually. We could try to find the limits of what is possible there. Yeah, I guess we already use a combinator to regulate the thruster. We cannot simply put that to a wire. No, we do not. You can do that. You can do this without a combinator still. You just need to read the signal, the speed, and then just put a value here instead of a signal. So basically you set your hub to a read speed that outputs the speed as V. And then here you can just, without any combinators, hook this up to a green wire, say enable if V is less than the speed you want to go at, and you can regulate your speed like this without any combinator still. Yeah, but to set up automatic speed controls, you do need to do a little bit of blah, 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 a little bit of Chinese city wiring. And then once it works, don't ever touch it again, because if it breaks, you'll probably have to start from scratch. Do you think it's possible to get to the Shattered Planet without quality? Probably if you research enough levels of this, which could be considered asteroid productivity quality. I suppose you can offset the requirements for quality with more asteroid productivity, I suppose. But if you also not research asteroid productivity and go without quality, yeah, it's probably possible, but it will be really hard to pull off. Could be some sort of challenge idea, I suppose, but no, I'm not going to get into that. I think quality is pretty much required to get to the Shattered Planet. Either quality or the infinite asteroid productivity upgrades, which give you more stuff. That means you need less crushing, so that at least saves some speed. If I would get... I mean, I have some, like... I have some epic quality crushers to be fast enough for metal production over here. But if I would just get like twice the yield out of every asteroid, I would just be able to do with just a normal one. Still though, the other things, they do need the production speed to keep up with stuff. So you would save a bit on the crushing, but all the other stuff still have to be pretty large. I guess it fits, man. I mean, you can use, if you build a ship according to the flashlight principle, which just tapers in a little bit, you have a lot of space to put stuff onto the back of the ship. You don't need to put everything on the front like this. So yes, it is going to be possible to reach the Shattered Planet without quality, I would say. But it's going to be annoying. It's going to be annoying. Let's keep it at that. I'm on default settings, so I suppose that will be 100% asteroid spawns. I didn't change anything. Non-explosive rockets, not a chance, I suppose. It would make the damage per rocket like an order of magnitude less than what we are doing now. Every rocket does so much damage to a giant field of asteroids. If you use non-explosive rockets, you have to fire individual rockets at every single fragment. So, possible, again, probably yes, but hugely impractical and terribly slow. Quite interesting, Crafts Dwarf. I think it's possible, yeah, especially with asteroid productivity at least diminishing a couple of the requirements of the ship. Asteroid productivity also means you won't really suffer from those resource dips a lot. Basically, I have had these production dips in explosive rockets. I think they're over now again. Yeah, we're pretty much through them. They're only minor though. Only minor production dips. So if you have like a couple levels of asteroid productivity, that's already going to get you through the carbonic asteroid dips, where not enough carbonic asteroids spawn to sustain production without the productivity bonus. But if you have asteroid productivity bonus, a couple levels, this would just continue to be a flat line, I suppose. So yeah. That is going to be... that would have been hugely beneficial. I would say productivity helps a lot more than reprocessing. Because productivity just gives you extra items without... it just gives you extra products without increasing the footprint of your ship, whereas asteroid reprocessing at scale takes probably quite a bit of space. And if you look at asteroid reprocessing in the crafting menu, I guess I should out of map view for that. You can see that every recipe is basically the same. Let's take metallic as an example. You put in one metallic chunk. Is this affected by productivity, actually? Like by the research? Is this affected by the research? But if you go without research, you basically get back 0.8 asteroids for whatever you put in. But half of the time you get something back, it's going to be the same metallic asteroid chunk, so you have to reprocess that again. Which again gives you back 0.8, of which half is metallic, so I think that I didn't calculate it, but in my mind that boils down to getting back 0.6 useful pieces of asteroid out of there. If both of the other results are useful, if it's only one, then it's going to be even worse, a lot worse. So, without productivity, this doesn't really make that much sense. Research is only normal crushing and advanced. Alright, so reprocessing doesn't benefit from that. Can you put productivity in there at all? If not, I would say it's not really that useful. Okay, reprocessing does not benefit from productivity, so there is no productivity in there. As there is quality in there. What do you get from quality asteroids? I suppose you get quality carbon and whatnot. There is no quality indicator though that anything is. I guess you get quality ingredients from that, so yeah, I don't know if I'm not really convinced that asteroid reprocessing is actually going to be worth it. I suppose you could design it so you have more firepower and less asteroid grabbers covering the front of your ship. If you reprocess everything into what you need exactly. I'm not convinced though. I'm not convinced it's going to be necessary. I mean, just grab everything and throw the rest overboard seems to do the trick, even in the lower in the areas where the useful asteroid spawns are low. As you can see, we're already throwing tons of asteroids overboard again because my belts are simply full. Production is maxed out. I guess though different ships traveling at different speeds would have different requirements. Maybe it will help. It doesn't seem to do as much though. It doesn't seem to do that much to increase total production. I think the technology itself is way better. It's pretty plausible to get like 10 levels of this quite easily compared to the other technologies we have. Like, I mean, this costs what, 20? This costs like 17k, this technology. My explosive damage upgrade cost 32k for the last one which I got, which means I spent 63,000 science on explosive damage upgrades. So getting 10 levels of this seems very possible, really. Not anymore though, because Gleba is dead. I cannot do it now. So we're going in cold with a reasonable quality ship, no productivity bonus on asteroid, and no asteroid reprocessing, and just see if we can get there. But yeah, that infinite technology of asteroid productivity is going to make a huge difference in terms of what you can actually produce on the ship. That's what I'm thinking. What does Gleba look like? We have started to give it back to the locals. As you can see, they're already settling quite near what used to be my farm. It's idle now. We switched it off so pollution stops going, so they won't attack us. And we have the chance to reinstate the base at some point in the future, if we ever get back here. But yeah, we previously cleared out this entire square of land from enemies. But right now they have settled expansions all over again. Like pretty close by as well. So we can no longer switch on our farm here. That will basically just invoke attacks which we cannot defend against because we don't really have a defense. Our defense was just keeping the biters clear of the pollution cloud, or spore cloud, I suppose it's called over here. But we can not really do that from a distance at the moment. Anyway, we are on the way towards our goal, so it doesn't matter. We can give all planets back to the natives. We've given back Norvis. We've given back Norvis to the biters 180 hours ago already. We haven't done anything with Norvis since we left it. And now we're giving back Gleba as well. Slowly but surely, they'll expand all over the map. Vulcanus, I suppose, no new demolishers will spawn, but the ones which are still roaming the lands, they may keep roaming the lands. I guess same, Volgora doesn't have enemies. The ancients, maybe the ancient civilization will at some point come back and reclaim their stuff. And Aquilo is Aquilo. Aquilo looks nice in the night though. I finally managed to heat up the heat pipe network to the maximum temperature, so it glows nicely in the night. A huge and absolutely huge waste of resources in terms of rocket fuel to heat up every single heat pipe, which needs to be 30 degrees to heat it up to like over 900 degrees. But it does look nice. That's worth something. Right? Right? Anyway, let's go back to the ship here. Did we pass 3 million kilometers already, or do I still need to blabber on? We're getting there though. 3 million kilometers is in the cards. Alright, let's watch it over here then. We're gonna get to 3 million kilometers right now. We're almost there. Almost. What is that old radar effect? Basically, radars powered by one solar panel. Tesla turrets are great on Gleba, that's good to know. I didn't make a single Tesla turret or Tesla gun. I'm almost ashamed that I didn't do it. Yeah, I didn't test it out at all. Huh. Yeah, regular rockets are definitely good for the inner solar system travel. I did use those. I only switched over last minute to explosive rockets on this ship, which is why this ship got so cramped. These two explosive production areas were not here. They're basically copies of the explosive productions on the lower halves of the ship. But then, after I went explosive rockets, we had to double explosives production on the ship. So that basically means suddenly all of the space was gone and everything is a belt-weaving monstrosity mess on the spaceship now. I know, I didn't see any fire resistance to Gleban enemies, so probably would work decently well. No, actually I don't think it would work well, because I think Stompers and Strafers, they just ignore your walls. And that means they just walk through your flamethrower fire pretty fast. And start stomping your flamethrowers. I don't think that would work. I'm not sure though, I didn't try it again. I'm just going off my Factorio 1.1 knowledge and whatever I noticed about the new enemies. Yeah, they'll just step over it, they'll just step over the walls. Flamethrowers require on walls to keep the enemies at distance, so they can get burnt to a crisp without reaching the flamethrowers. And Gleban enemies just blatantly ignore walls, so meh, probably not gonna work. You cannot go nuclear. No, actually, I'm not sure what you mean by this question, but no, in general, we have skipped over nuclear power entirely, surprisingly. We went straight for fusion power. So, yeah, that was kind of a weird progression, I suppose. We went from steam power, coal-powered steam power, right to nuclear, skipping over nuclear, right to fusion power. But only for the actual reactors, because for personal fusion power you suddenly do need fission power to start it up. You need a fission reactor as an ingredient in a personal fusion reactor, so yeah, that is not great. So I'm still running my armor off of portable solar panels. I have been doing it all this time. Basically only getting there because of the huge battery bank I have in there. Alright, it is 800 kilometers to get the 3 million kilometer mark sorted. I'm gonna make a save right here. That is basically 3 million kilometer. 3 kilometer. Holy moly. The easiest 3/4 of the trip is done. Let's see how it will go in the hardest part. But that is an achievement. 1 million kilometers to go. Sounds like a lot, but with 3 million kilometers already behind, it does sound very possible. Nice. Alright, what is our rocket count? 56,000 and something. Railgun shells still 9.1k. 9.1k basically means all these belts which supply railgun shells to the front are basically filled all the way to the back. So as long as that's 9.1k, that is good. The rest can go into explosive rockets. We have 56,000. Our automatic speed control has fallen from 42 to 41 now. That is kind of sad, but I guess that's the way it is. Why do I have 2 splitters in there? Oh, because I reconstructed the front, I suppose. I have some extra elements in here now. We used up 4 belts and we got 2 splitters. I'm gonna put those on the ship somewhere. Can store those in the back. We have some space over here. Let's store them over here with these useless underground belts, which are just there for backup. Alright. Let's freeze up a slot into this machinery. We still have not lost a single asteroid collector. I cannot believe it. In my test flights, I lost those all the times. During my test flight, I was a lot more careless with the speed I was going at different points in time. That's to celebrate this 3 million moment. Let's override that, not override that save. Let's to celebrate. Let's just go maximum speed and enjoy the carnage. See how well the ship still holds up. So we'll just let this roam freely. Let this run freely. And we should be speeding up to 145 kilometers a second now. Can I watch from here? Ah, that's insane. Look at all the rockets flying, man. Looks the same, just a little faster and a little bit more explosions per second. So yeah, rocket consumption definitely went up from 1k a minute to 4k a minute basically, quadrupling our spendage. We still did not lose a single asteroid collector though, so that is weird. And let's see if we can slow down the ship again. Speed is now set to 38 because of the rockets going down. .37. Yeah, we're spending way too much rockets. It's not worth it to go this fast. If we need to slow down, we need to slow down for a long time after this to catch up on rocket count again. So yeah, I'm just gonna reload. But that was pretty dense. We're gonna lose time overall by going faster, I feel. By going faster temporarily. Yeah, that definitely looked very different though. That blanket was falling over us way faster. And the huge asteroids and big asteroids came a lot closer than they are here. And even this chunk area, where only the chunks survived, that was a lot denser there as well. But yeah, we have to do it the safe and slow and somewhat boring way, I suppose. We have to just keep our speed so that we consume rockets at the same rate we are producing them, so we don't run out. Because this is a long trip, we cannot store enough rockets on the ship. Approximately how long does the whole journey last? Sea title, 24-hour stream. That is because I estimated it would take 24 hours. So I'm not sure how close we're going to get to that. At 40 kilometers a second we go roughly, we're going just over 40. That means we're going 150,000 kilometers an hour. And that means we have like 6.5 to 7 hours left to go. 6 to 7.5 hours left to go with, but that's pretty much bang on. We left 16 hours ago. So looks like we're gonna finish, if stuff doesn't change too much, we're gonna finish about 23 hours into the stream. I guess 24 hours into the stream because I've been blabbering and sidetracking some part as well. Pretty much dead on. Can't believe it, it's pretty much dead on. I must say I was hoping it would go a bit faster though. I estimated 24 hours, but I was hoping it would take like 20. Looks like it's not. Thanks Monsieur Pomfrey for your Prime subscription. That sounds like a very Belgian name. Belgian nickname, I must say. 1 gigameter away. If you say it like that, it doesn't sound that far, right? Why are you, the engineer, traveling with the spaceship instead of just sending an unmanned ship and staying on the 5 planets? That is an excellent question, but didn't you see the movie Just Look Up? Or Don't Look Up. The movie is called Don't Look Up. It's actually quite an interesting movie. How do I talk about this without giving too many spoilers about the movie? It's basically a movie about scientists discovering an asteroid that is definitely going to impact the Earth, and then they try to bring that fact under the attention, but the world has up to the ranks of politics and presidents have gone way too much into egocentric trips and social media and make everything, you know, light-hearted, that they just cannot seem to get the news out there. And then there are some tech companies which suspiciously look entirely a lot like Apple, but are entirely not Apple, of course, legally speaking, which then try to profit off the situation and blah 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 blah. And in the end they send out a mission, and on that mission it could be an unmanned mission, but every mission needs a hero. It needs a hero for the people, so they actually send up some guy to die on that mission to deflect the asteroid, even though it was completely unnecessary. And that is the reason why we are on this ship, basically. I suppose we are the unneeded hero on this ship. It is quite a genius movie. It has Leonardo DiCaprio in one of the main roles. It's a pretty awesome movie the first time, and it is completely unlike what you expect it to be when going in, just like the movie Sausage Party was. And we're not gonna go into the reasons for that on this live stream, because that would definitely get us a strike one way or the other. Sausage Party is also a movie which is entirely unlike anything you would expect it to be. It's about products in a supermarket which are alive, basically. They just have conversations and other things between each other. It's also quite a funny movie. But Don't Look Up is definitely up there in terms of weirdly movies that should be unrealistic, but which sound depressingly realistic in terms of what could actually happen right now in the world. So I would recommend watching that. That is exactly what these movies are about. So somebody commented, we have a sausage party in chat if your statistics is believable, and that just gets auto-blocked because of sexual terminology. Oh god, what has the world come to, man? Sausage party, okay, I put sausage party as acceptable terminology. Looks like that is good. Yeah, just go to sleep. We won't reach the Shattered Planet for sure for the next 5 hours for sure. It's probably gonna take more than 6 still. Because at this speed we are going at our maximum. We can cover 150,000 kilometers an hour. We still have over 900,000 kilometers to go, so logic dictates we won't reach it in under 6 hours. So nothing much is gonna happen. I'm just gonna blabber, you're just gonna chat, I'm just gonna respond. We're gonna just look up some funny stuff. Perhaps we'll discover some more weird exploits. I think we're gonna go try that exploit a little bit. The exploit where we okay, we need to make some changes, it appears. We are throwing overboard massive amounts of coal but almost no ice anymore. Looks like we need to grab some more ice or we'll run out of oxide asteroids pretty soon. Okay, now we're throwing a lot of them overboard again. We have to keep an eye though on this. This is basically our meter. The less we throw overboard of a given asteroid type, the more we need to collect it. With the exception of metallic, we only need... For metallics we can watch the bells. If those remain full, that is good. We need only a couple metallics here. No, I cannot reactivate Glebber without going there in person, because I first need to clear up the biter expansions, or they will attack me. I'm allergic to getting attacked. I didn't get attacked all game long anywhere. I basically cleared out the pollution cloud in Northeast. It doesn't look like it anymore, but I cleared out this entire area where the pollution cloud was in. So we didn't get attacked. I did the same on Gleba, but now the enemies are too close by to start up my tree farm here again, so I have to clear this out manually. I'm not gonna take a break for the quali session, but I am going to watch the sprint race with my father. That's gonna be a 30-minute break. It's gonna be a little bit nerve-wracking because of the constantly shifting type of asteroids we encounter. I suppose though I could just set the speed to slightly under what we can go again. And we can just trust our bank of rockets to bring us through that, but that might set me up for failure later on if I let the rocket count dip too much. It definitely looks like ice asteroids are no longer as plentiful as they used to be. And we just see that in the kill count perhaps. If we switch off Prometheum, it does look like ice is going down. Yeah, so here we are with ice, right? This is ice asteroid kills over time. It is severely going down now, over the last 10 hours. The last 2.5 hours it has been going down very linearly. And it's gonna stay down. If I'm not mistaken, this is gonna stay down for the rest of the trip. So ice asteroids are now gonna be a problem. Yeah, if you look at the oxide asteroid graph, if you look in the graph which is blinking, it's the oxides, the purple one. And that is has been high all trip long, and now it's going down and it's gonna stay down. I think we need to make some changes into the asteroid collector, so I need to zoom in, so let's put the sound down again. Or we'll get our eardrums blown out. I need to wear my armor. It's a bit dangerous, I do not want to get in front of the railguns like that. Alright, so what do we have now? Basically everything is set to just collect coal chunks, because those were the bottleneck for a long time. This collects coal and ice. Looks like it's collecting mostly ice. Maybe it's doing smart logic with the adjacent ones. Or maybe not, I don't know. maybe these are just grabbing most of the stuff away from this guy. And it's only ice that remains close by. So we're grabbing all 3 types of chunks here. I think we can take away coal from there again. Let's take away coal from there again. This is our only metal income, by the way. Let's check metallic asteroids. What are they gonna do in the near future? They're gonna dip now to 3.2 million kilometers. So hard to see. I wish I could switch off those graphs. It's just a couple pixels. It's this one. It's gonna dip and then it's gonna rise slightly again for the rest of the trip. So I guess if we survive, the dip at 3.2 million kilometers in terms of metallic asteroids, we should be good. I'm not entirely confident though that we are doing well enough here. Maybe I'll set this one to grab metallics as well. And this will be a mix of metallic and ice. That will further diminish ice, so I suppose I'll set ice on at least one of these. Let's put ice in the epic one as well. Okay, it kind of blocks this belt from going at all. Do I have belts to make this faster? I'm not entirely sure I do. I need 2 more belts, 3 more belts, 4 more belts. At least 1 splitter. I have the splitters. I have the splitters in the back of the ship here. So that should pop into existence, right? Then this belt still needs to be faster as well. And this splitter needs to be faster. This splitter can be slow, that is fine. Because 2 red belts equals 1 green belt. But here we get 1 green belt input and here we get 1 green belt output. Here we have 2 red belts, so this can stay unsped up. Then we are splitting it off over here again. So what do I need then? I spent both my splitters. I need 2 more splitters. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green belts. I suppose I can cannibalize the green belts from somewhere. Kind of don't like doing that, but I don't really feel I have much of a choice. Okay, that's 7 belts out of here. We'll get 7 belts out of here as well. Alright, and then the splitters. I do have some extra splitters on board and we no longer need them. They are located over here. We can grab those. Yeah, it has been full since like 800k and we weren't even trying to catch those. Alright, this is looking good though. This is looking good. We should have the green belts now here. We should have a green belt of input. And at least the ice asteroids can go out. It would be better if... Yeah, but I don't have enough green splitters to upgrade the rest as well, so this will just have to do, I suppose. Wait, this splitter has to be green as well for this to work. Okay, that is not going to happen then. Alright, now it's working. Then I need to cannibalize something else. Like this green splitter. I can basically rotate this upwards. And as I'm no longer doing promethium chunks, I can just grab a belt here, put this into a belt. That works. May as well upgrade that one. Okay, this is looking perfect though. This is what I like to see. Just throw stuff overboard in huge quantities. That is great. Now we just need to mirror it on this side as well. So what the hell did I do? I upgraded this one, this one, this one, these belts, this belt, this belt. Now we just need to cannibalize this splitter. We can do that by doing this. It's kind of weird that this ship is so adjustable. Okay, looks like we need to cannibalize 2 more belts. Kind of weird that this ship is so adjustable, despite it not being designed to be adjustable very much. I mean, some of the asteroid collectors were multifunctional, but in general, I did not plan to reconstruct the ship on the fly like this. Apparently, though, we can do it. I guess technically I have thousands of belts available. If I really want to, I can just delete belts over here. I guess I took the splitters out now, so that is... I'm already cannibalizing this a little bit. But I have infinite belts available to remodel the front of the ship. And I also have some extra, like, inserters if I need them, as well as in the hub. So I guess that is nice. Now we have 2 of these left over. Can I just stash those anywhere where they don't look absolutely idiotic? I guess we'll just put that over here, just for fun. Then it's out of here. 6 splitters. Alright, that's 6 splitters on the ship. Let's put it there, I suppose. What else is in there? I guess 14 belts don't need to be in there. I don't really know if... do I want to put those somewhere? I guess I could put those back over here. To reconnect these belts. That should get rid of the 14 belts. It did. Alright, that is good. Then we're back to normal, except we have 6 less underground belts. I guess that's fine. I could just deconstruct some of these, but I won't. Let's just leave that be like it is. Alright. This is perfect though. This is excellent. This is what I like to see. Throw overboard those asteroids. Consumerism like you've never seen before. Grab everything we can get our grabby little hands on. And then just throw everything in the bin, which we turn out not to need. This is not life advice, by the way. Don't do it like that in life. Let's take this off again. We can go into our viewing bay. And now I can just watch as the asteroids get thrown overboard. As much as possible, hopefully. Alright, so I forgot to set this one to ice and carbon. And you can see we are throwing less stuff overboard on this side somehow. This thing is probably full. No, it's not. Okay, that's not full. That's good. We'll set this one to boat chunks as well. And let just the legendary fast inserter go ham. I really like the legendary inserters though, they look so funny. Zip, 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 zip. Probably at 30 FPS it doesn't even make sense how they move. Oh wait, I need to upgrade more stuff, I forgot. We need to upgrade... I need to upgrade this belt, and this belt as well, because here this stuff comes on the bottom, whereas on this side it goes on the top. So I need 2 more green belts. 1, I guess, and 2. I still have the blueprint, so I can reset up the ship if I need to. That should help a bit, I suppose, with the throughput. As 2 half belts will combine into 1. I guess we have a little bit more coming off here, but everything seems to be flowing again. So that's good news. Now we almost cannot throw stuff overboard fast enough, which is exactly what I like to see. Okay, this is awesome. This is awesome. We're gonna make it. So I'll keep the extra metallic ones temporarily on 2 extra of these asteroid collectors. Instead of only on the outside, we'll have this one as well, collecting some metal. Because we are gonna go through the most metal poor area of the entire trip, where the metal asteroids drop to an abysmal level. I checked out the values, it was like 17 a minute, which is the poorest it has ever been. So yeah, this looks awesome. Massive amounts of asteroid chunks being thrown overboard. And we still have 56,000 explosive rockets in stock. Okay. At this point, I'm starting to be pretty confident that we're going to make it. So the odds went, I felt about 50-50 about it at the start of this trip. Then yesterday before bed, I think it went up like 2/3 or 70%. And now I'm like 95% sure we'll make it to the end now. Yeah. I have full confidence now. Full confidence is 95%, by the way. I mean, it's still the first time, you know, you need to account for... I have no idea what can happen still. It's the first time, anything could happen. I could have missed an infinite number of things, so we're definitely not there yet, but I'm very confident that we're gonna make it now. That's a bunch of berries flying by, yeah. Now, I guess the solar system edge is a very abstract place. I mean, supposedly there's a ton of solar system edge in a 3-dimensional 360-degree area around the inner solar system. And the shattered planet location is just a very specific location in a single direction outside of that edge. So we are here because we are choosing to go here, I suppose. And if we would fly out in any other area of space, it would look much more like this. Where my wife said we should fly. Still cannot stop laughing about that. Why, said, honey, why don't just fly over there? There's no asteroids at all over there. Oh man. So cool. I suppose the rest of space, if you choose any other direction to fly out of the... if you choose any other direction to fly to the solar system edge, you would not go to the shattered planet location, you would just fly through empty space, I suppose. But we'll never know because nothing here is clickable. Let's see if maybe there's some Easter eggs here. Ah, you can actually zoom, you can go around pretty far. Okay, I hope that doesn't save. Okay, that doesn't save, alright. Because I would no longer be able to find this back. Let's just go. Where would you hide an Easter egg if you was the dev team? Let's go the complete opposite direction for a long time. I'm just scrolling to the left right now. I mean, I'm literally scrolling this much to the left. I'm going back to the right now. Yeah, we actually have been scrolling all those screens to the... Okay, there we are. So you can go infinitely far here. That would be a cool place to hide some sort of Easter egg if I was the Factorio dev team. Let's try, maybe we will find something at random. just by clicking around like a maniac. Okay, it's not given that there is something here, of course, but we could just try. Alright, no, looks like this is peak streaming experience. Look at this gameplay, black screens with annoying GUI elements. We can switch off the GUI even. Okay, if we switch off the GUI, looks like the entire space map is part of the GUI, so that is switched off automatically as well. Yeah, that is switched off automatically as well. But yeah, I guess everybody playing Factorio right now, go to the space map, go in a random direction, try to find something, and please report in chat if you did find something, and where approximately you found it, in which direction. If there is an Easter egg hidden in the space map somewhere, we can collectively find it that way. So please go ahead and scroll around like a maniac. Yeah, this is a 24-hour stream. We're 18 hours in. Looks like we're gonna be about dead on 24 hours to reach the Shattered Planet, which is nice. Pretty soon the doe is gonna start streaming as well. The doe, I suppose. And she's going to go on a trip out to the Shattered Planet as well. So you can watch this side by side. It's pretty funny. She's going to be a bit behind though. She's going to be starting, I guess, from the inner solar system as well. And she said yesterday in chat her flight was projected to take about, I forgot the exact amount, but somewhere in the area of 8 to 12 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm pretty curious to see how that will go. That is twice to thrice as fast as my predicted time. Right, we're literally throwing overboard tons of stuff. I love to see it. I just love to see it. Let's watch the front end of the ship a bit. I should update the text again. We're at 3.1 million kilometers. So around 3.2 million kilometers the carbonic asteroid density is going to be as high as it gets. Metallic is going to be as low as it gets, and oxide is just going to be poor and stay poor for the rest of the way. Whereas carbonics will drop off again, metallics will go up again. And of course promethium will just keep going up all the way until the end now. That's basically the situation where we're at. As long as this spits out all 3 asteroids, we're good. Speed is regulated automatically, so we cannot really fail in terms of running out of rockets unless the resources get so poor that we simply will burn through all our rockets without being able to replace them. How many rockets are we spending per hour? We're spending 60,000 rockets per hour. So if we were not producing any rockets, I would burn through my entire storage in less than an hour. I have about 56,000 rockets in storage right now. So yeah, definitely not a given that we'll make it, but it does look plausible. If I were betting, I would bet on me making it right now. Even at 1 to 10 odds against it, I would definitely place the bet. Shattered Planet race. I mean, I made a false start. I am already 3 million kilometers ahead, so even at thrice the speed, you're not going to catch up that anymore. Yeah, you finish the game by reaching the solar system edge, so this is way beyond, and I mean way beyond the scope of just finishing the game. So you should just look back the first hour or so, just scroll through the video a little bit over there. We reached, once this symbol of solar system edge is on the right, that is when we are finishing the game basically. And if you just look at the asteroid density on the screen, when we are there, compared to how it is now, that is like, you wouldn't even believe it can get this bad when you see how relatively calm the asteroid field is on the way out to the solar system edge. It's like day and night, literally. this is day, and there it's night. You can see the black of space there. It is like the majority of the screen is black of space still there. Here we can just catch some glimpses because I keep the screen up high enough where the asteroids just start to spawn. But if we just zoom in, like on an area over here, there's not a lot of black on the screen. Alright, let's switch this off. I need to update the counter. I guess I'm gonna just lie and say we're ahead because we're constantly behind. Alright, I'll quickly check when my father said the sprint race was at 2 o'clock, but I believe it's in 3 o'clock. Still 1 hour from now. Blah blah blah. Oh no, it actually does seem to start in about 5 minutes. Oh, GMT, 14 o'clock GMT, 14 GMT to CET is probably, yeah, 5 o'clock. GMT is Greenwich time. Why is it pronounced Greenwich? It's supposed to be pronounced Greenwich. Why is it pronounced Greenwich? It's not how you write Greenwich. I guess a lot of places in Great Britain are pronounced wildly different compared to how they're written. It's kind of your thing over there, isn't it? Just to make sure foreign people are not able to pronounce your place names because you just write something completely different than how you would actually pronounce it. It looks like 1 more hour. Okay, so we're gonna go 1 more hour and then I'm gonna take a half-hour break or so to watch the sprint race with my father, and then we're going to be back for the final. I suppose. Yeah, Mapman. I love Mapman, man. I love everything about Mapman, even to the variations on their intro theme they every time pull off. Man. This is absolutely awesome. If you never saw Mapman, find it on YouTube. You'll have a great time there. You'll binge watch all of their videos immediately. I'm pretty sure of it. What is our UPS? UPS 60, FPS still 40-ish most of the time. Looks like we've been more stable lately, so that's good. That's probably a correct explanation. Bale TRB. Yeah, Mapman is awesome. I recently uploaded a GeoGuessr video. Don't start with that one. That is more of a low effort live stream one. The actual videos of Mapman, they are just great, man. They are the best. Yeah, Jay Foreman. That's the other guy is called Mark, I suppose. Mark, right? Mark something. I forgot the name. What speed are we going? Roughly 45 kilometers a second. So we're covering about 150k per hour. 150 kk per hour. The first K is standing for thousands and the other one standing for kilometers, which is also 1000, I suppose. We are the man, and here's the map. Yeah. Yes, Maxime, that is very much a worry. The ship is going to arrive at the shattered planet. When the ship arrives, the speed goes down to 0, and then all of these shifty asteroids with lateral velocity are just going to go straight through my ship. So we're going to save shortly before we arrive for sure, and then we're just first going to see what happens at all. So if we just stop there and the asteroids start going through our ship, we'll probably will reload to the actual save and just get out of there immediately again. But yeah, first I want to see what happens when we get there. I have no idea yet. So maybe all the asteroids just go poof. I know all the asteroids go poof when you drop your speed. That's not true, not all of them. But if we drop our speed to near nothing, all of the asteroids will go poof. We can actually see if that's still the case this far out, because now we are further out. If we take one more step, we are further out than we have ever been. Further away from home than we have ever been. Something like that. I forgot how the quote exactly goes. We are at 3098k out. Alright, so the easiest way to just stop going at any speed is just flip the pump. Then we're just quickly gonna run out of fuel. Speed is gonna go down to 0. And we're gonna watch it on, we have to watch it on the map view. We'll just watch one corner over here. Let's see what happens when the speed drops to 0. I think after we reach like 5 or 4 or 3 kilometers a second or so, a lot of these asteroids are just gonna go poof by themselves. That is what happened earlier on at least. Not all of them though. Some of them are aimed for your space hub, and those take you out. Those don't go poof. To prevent any cheesy mechanics. They're about to go poof. Keep your eyes focused on the big ones. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, I didn't really actually see any asteroids go poof. I mean, asteroids are flying all directions and we have basically stopped. We are falling back now. So there's no falling forwards to the shattered planet. We're just falling backwards now. And now suddenly all of these shifty asteroids are going to become a problem. As this guy is just drifting in straight into the side of my ship, and that's basically the what's going to happen once we stop. Once we stop, asteroids are going to drift in towards the ship without us outspeeding them, and they're just going to demolish everything, which is kind of an issue, I would say. Yeah, I'm not sure they have infinite piercing power at this speed though, so perhaps we still survive for a bit. Problem is though, yeah. Okay, let's go for quite a bit, even at this speed. Okay, is it gonna go forever? Or is it gonna blow up at some point? That's way too much damage. We cannot recover from this. Any production building taken out basically spells the end. Any belt taken out might spell the end. Everything is crucial on this ship. That is why everything is unprotected, I suppose. Okay, the asteroid went down. But now, yeah, we're getting just drilled into the ship from so many directions simultaneously. I guess we're blowing up our own ship mostly with these explosive rockets. We're doing a lot of work ourselves in terms of blowing up the ship here. Yeah, but these asteroids are not supposed to be here, so we're not supposed to be firing at those. Yeah. I guess also on the back end, asteroids will start chopping off stuff right now. So this is kind of the worry, what will happen when we stop flying. Either by running out of fuel, or by stopping at the shattered planet, supposedly. That is not gonna end well if we stay stationary for very long. So if we... Can we still escape? We can still escape. So if we start going forwards again, we might escape... the asteroids will start moving backwards again. And they stop going through the ship for a bit, which is good. In some way. But yeah, of course now everything is broken and now we have to face this onslaught of density again without any production. So yeah, we're basically doomed. These things are still ripping off stuff. There goes my oxidizer tank. Still it works though, because the pipe comes from the right and we're still pumping this in here. So the other thrusters still receive fuel. Here still the pipes are intact as well. Or are they? No input fluid. We're going just too fast. Alright. Yeah, but this is basically not recoverable. Look at that, man. It's just like... Where did all those sideways asteroids come from? That's just gonna shred through the entire ship. Alright. We are getting sidetracked again, aren't we? You gotta get sidetracked sometimes. You cannot watch 24 hours of straight explosions without getting sidetracked. But it's gonna cut the back half of the ship straight off, man. Once these ends meet, it's just gonna chop off the back end of the ship in one go. Okay, now we have stopped moving. Okay, it got destroyed. This is gonna be quite slow then. Yeah, we might not see that anytime soon. There's nothing coming in at the moment right here which can take out the ship in half right now. Look at that momentum. Alright, maybe these will actually cut off the ship. Let's see if it all just goes poof. Don't blow up just yet. Okay. It does appear they lose some momentum with every piece of bell destroyed, and if they lose all their momentum they just explode into nothing. Alright, that one's gone as well. Do we wait for that? I guess we could try to speed up time a bit. We're getting 2 times game speed. Okay, we're not getting much more than 2 times game speed. Let's keep it at 2 to give the PC a little bit of a break. Just chop off my ship, man. I want to see my ship getting torn off before something hits the hub. If something hits the hub, we are dead. And it does more seem like this is just gonna get consumed all the way before we chop it off in the back over here. Already everything is gone. We'll put our hope on this asteroid. Alright, yeah, we're losing the belts with the shells on there, I suppose. Okay, if these two don't do it, we're just gonna... I guess we're dead soon anyway. Alright, that is a new death message. I was killed by huge Prometheum asteroid. Basically, you cannot get killed by asteroids unless you are standing on a platform which the asteroid destroys. Then suddenly you do get destroyed. Okay, let's see. There's only 2 belts left. Come on, chop off my ship already. Please do it before something hits the central hub, because that will destroy everything instantly. Okay, this guy is gonna do it. This guy is gonna do it. Come on, come on. Chop off the back half of the ship in one go. I want to see it. So all of this is gonna disappear immediately once this gets destroyed. Why is this thing starting to move down again? You are moving this way. Come on. Dang it. Can I spawn in something? Maybe I can spawn in something. Oh, I can. It just has straight momentum. Okay, I'll just try spawning in asteroids. No, they don't have sideways momentum, the ones I spawn. Alright, looks like we won't get to see it then, unfortunately. Yeah, alright. I guess we'll stop this symphony of destruction with all the alert sounds and the notification. So yeah, pretty cool. This is what space looks like after we stop at the shattered planet, basically. Look at that momentum of that asteroid, man, once it gets blown up by something. Why can I not get that momentum here in the back? Alright, there's not much left over to chop off. Okay, looks like the... Okay, power is gone. So the alarm pole got disabled. At least we've got that. Okay, this guy is now gonna take out our hub, I suppose. Or not. It looks like the next one will. Do we wait for that? I guess we do. It's almost happening. So once this thing is hit, it basically deletes the platform and will just be warped back to Norvis, I suppose. It's taking a long time though. Basically the entire spaceship is destroyed and this thing is still living. That one is gonna miss it as well. Okay, this one is gonna hit us though. Yeah, we're gonna get hit right now. Alright, there goes the platform. Say goodbye. Yeah, that's it. That's the end. Space platform, flashlight with an A, was destroyed by a huge Promethean asteroid en route to the shattered planet. Alright. Let's go back to the real game. For those of you who just tuned in, that was just a fun experiment to see what would happen if we stopped at the shattered planet. Where's my chat? Oh god. Is this still working? I lost connection with chat, so I missed a bunch of messages. No. I just have to reconnect the phone, I suppose. Okay, looks like chat is back. So unfortunately, I probably won't. Oh no, I do have the chat messages. Looks like. Yeah, that was what I was afraid would happen. I left for 20 minutes. What happened? It was an experiment. We just stopped the ship, dead in its tracks, to see what would happen. To simulate us stopping at the shattered planet. What could happen over there? We need to keep going. Basically, we cannot stop. So we have to save right before we arrive. Then we'll just play it out to see what actually happens at the shattered planet. But in the actual, then we just reload and just set course back to the solar system edge immediately without stopping. And I don't know, go from there, I suppose. You will drive back as well in the same stream. I suppose I could leave it on, but what really is the value in that? This is madness, man. Okay, let's switch off the FPS counter. All of you who are playing Factorio with this on the background just got a panic attack with all those alert sounds going off, I suppose. I cannot speed up beyond the speed. I would run out of rockets too quick. It gave me a fright indeed. That very much sounds like Glabba, some Glabban Biterex spoiling in your base. If you store them in chests or something. Or just a large attack where you were least expecting it. I hear Factorio audio. Try refreshing the stream if you don't hear any audio, and check your own audio settings. I think it's fine. If we die on this ship, we spawn back at Norvis, I suppose. Maybe it's... I don't know if the shattered planet is actually a place. It doesn't sound like a place you can land on, because it's shattered. It's what we're seeing on the screen right now, shattered pieces of rock. But yeah, I don't know what will happen. Don't tell us what will happen, please. I don't want any spoilers. We've remained spoiler free for 3.1 million kilometers, plus during the design phase of the ship. The design and build phase. So, no spoilers please about the ending. Alright, I probably have sound still on. Yeah, basically anytime I zoom in, sound is like too loud. But, yeah, sorry about that. So every time I need to do something on the ship, I first reduce the sound level. But when we're zoomed out, the sound is actually quite fine. That is where it comes from. When will your journey come out in an edited movie? It will, but I'm not gonna predict a date or something when it is gonna come out. It's gonna be ready when it's ready. Coffee is finished. Let's grab some water. How do you rate Dosh and his Factorio content? I think you do our best. Did you see the early access? And how have they won the LAN event? Yeah, Dosh Factorio's content is great. Yeah, it just is. All his videos are well polished, and unlike mine, they have a good rate of progression through the actual game, where I tend to dwell a lot more on the details. It's just a difference in style. But I love his content. About the LAN party, I wasn't there, so almost all significant Factorio content creators and streamers were there, I believe. I was not, and that is one of the reasons why I decided to not play the... I was granted to the early version at some point. I then just decided to not play it at all until the embargo was lifted a week before release, 14 October. So I could do the new player experience, which I've been doing ever since. This is still part of the new player experience, believe it or not. It's my very first playthrough, the very first attempt of this ship, which we designed in the very first playthrough, legitimately built it. Now we're just trying to get it to the Shattered Planet. But that has been probably a very nice different perspective on Space Age if you enjoy the stream, instead of me already having 50 to 100 hours or even more. If you had got your hands on the early version earlier, you could already record stuff, you could already make videos, you just could not publish them. So yeah, I'm purposefully a little bit behind on the learning curve here. But I hope that these set of streams have offered a kind of a unique pacing and a unique way of discovering the Space Age content, instead of just being told what to do by someone with 100 or 200 hours of experience in the game already right from the very start. Yeah, Dosh has been in here a couple times in the chat as well. Yeah, if you're thinking what did you get yourself into, I would suggest watching Doc Jade. I mean, it's not that Dosh and me just present the polished playthrough and edit out all our mistakes or something, but we do have them in there. I mean, all my playthroughs have had the funny moments where I made severe mistakes and they're just in there. But Doc Jade actually makes it a point to basically include like every single failure he does gets in there. So he tries to give you more of a point of view from basically he shows you it's okay to constantly make mistakes and build wrong setups and all that kind of stuff. He keeps it in the video. So just watch Doc Jade for a bit. He'll show you all the things he does wrong. It's perfectly normal to do everything, to make setups that just don't work in the beginning. It just takes some time to learn what works, what not, and to get the hang of it. But yeah, Doc Jade kind of makes it his point to teach people that it's okay. If you feel you suck at the game, you can do it. You just need to throw more time at it and try different things. He also mentioned some people putting Prometheum chunks on cursed beef belts instead of hopscotch. So Dosh, okay, I watched the beginning of his Space Age video, but I didn't watch the ending just yet. So I'm like, I think I watched Norvis and Vulcanus, right? He went to Vulcanus first. The rest I didn't watch yet. I'm gonna hold off watching the rest and all the takes and all the ways of playing of the other creators until I finished my own playthrough, which is hopefully gonna be at the end of the stream. Then I can finally indulge myself and sometimes say, whoa, I did this better, but most of the time I'm probably gonna be face palming hard and why didn't they do it this way? That is makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I heard Doc Jade called me out. He did like a 50k subscriber video, right? I heard he called me out there. I didn't watch yet. I need to get back to him. Doc Jade's a great creator as well. He does. I mean, apparently he's in his early 20s. So at that age I could still take that kind of stuff as well. But he is throwing himself way too hard at this stuff, man. He's like going all out, like. To the point where he feels guilty if he watches somebody else play Factorio or takes some time off. He really is like a too much, man. Too much of a workaholic machine. So not out of fear of losing your job or your boss, but also out of just feeling guilty to his audience that he doesn't come out with stuff fast enough, which is absolutely not the case. And my recommendation is, Jock, if you're watching this, slow down, man. It's not sustainable. It will be sustainable for a couple of years for you at your age, but it's gonna crash down eventually and you're gonna burn out like this. So please take the time to take some time off, go outside, do something else. Your fans will be fine waiting for videos a little bit longer. We actually, I know it sounds like cliche, but we do not mind. It is actually the truth. We do not mind. In general, we want the people we enjoy watching content of. We don't care how fast it comes out. We just also care about the well-being of the creator, because alright, you can give us more, but it's alright. We're not expecting anything. We just wait patiently. When you come out with something, it's gonna be good and it's gonna be fine, and we will be happier knowing that you are taking care of yourself and you are in decent shape outside of Factorio. So please take the time take the time off of editing and Factorio. Don't go so hard into it that the rest of your life doesn't exist anymore. And yeah, that is basically what I want to advise as an old timer of twice your age at this point. Yeah, because like I said, I took 7 hours sleep during my 24 hours stream here, because I wouldn't have made it. I would have made it until now probably, but now I would have started slacking off. So I chose to sleep through the early part where it was not that interesting yet, and now we're getting to do the hard part with a fresh me on stream, which is hopefully a better experience than a completely exhausted me, which is falling asleep on his microphone basically. Yeah, voice is a bit too quiet because I put the laptop a bit further away, so the microphone was a bit further away as well. Sprint is live now. It was supposed to start in 3 o'clock, right? Ah, pre-show, alright. Who cares about the pre-show? Just some dudes speaking about stuff they think they know more about than they really know. It's not that they know nothing, but they all think of themselves like they know way more than they really do know, and it's not really very interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing all the design choices of everybody else. I kept mine mostly. I did as much with bells as possible, limiting the amount of bots to the point where it started to be frustrating at some point, I suppose. Not even feeding the rocket silos with bots, but just stubbornly feeding them with inserters to automatically send stuff up to space, which is absolutely not the intended way. But yeah, I really do like how the Gleben base turned out with the bells. It was pretty amazing that just worked as well as it did. Yeah, the mouse over numbers are only part of the story. In many situations, like the railguns, they definitely, I guess their maximum shooting speed could be that if they just could rapid fire in a single direction without taking a break, without competition from other railguns and stuff, but in reality they shoot less than half of what they promised. To shoot. Same thing with the fusion reactors. If you mouse over it, it says it can take up to 1000 of the cold fluid, but when you start pumping it in, it can actually take 2000 of the pumped fluid inside of its system. So mouse overs, don't just blindly trust them, don't just blindly trust numbers. If it matters, you need to test it yourself, if it actually works like you think it does. So you don't find that out 3.2 million kilometers into a critical space flight and you cannot change it anymore. So yeah. What's your airtime to the planet? 5 hours and a bit, I would say. So the benchmark is at like at about 42 kilometers a second. It's gonna take roughly an hour to cross 150,000 kilometers, and we've got roughly 5 and a bit portions of those stretches left to go. And it doesn't seem like we need to slow down much anymore. Perhaps we'll be slowing down at the very end again. We're approaching 3.2 million kilometers, which means the absolute asteroid density, which you see on the screen right now, is approaching a new maximum. So the first maximum was at 1.6 million kilometers, but there we had a lot more softer and a lot more useful asteroids on screen instead of the Promethean ones. And now it's looking mostly reddish. But finally the total amount of asteroids is matching up again to the value at 1.6 million, and now it is going to go up until the end, with resource asteroids becoming poorer and poorer compared to the number of total asteroids on the screen. So we are not there yet, we're definitely not there yet. I think we have enough to bridge any gaps though, and we're still throwing out all 3 types of asteroids on the sides of our ship, which is a good sign. But the hard part is, like the questionable part is starting. Set a timer and come back. Good talking, good luck. Okay, thanks. Yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours it will be for sure. How many asteroids have you killed so far? Switch on the key again. Let me check quickly how much rockets we have in storage. 55,000 still. So yeah, that's excellent. That is excellent. Asteroid kills so far. I guess we have to put the... We can ignore the... This is what we... Okay, so this is actually a good visualization of reaching the solar system edge versus... You can hardly see it. switch on the numbers. We'll even ignore Promethean asteroids. We were going at a higher speed here, that's why these numbers are higher. But that is basically, this was reaching the solar system edge, the amount of huge asteroids we had to destroy. And then it went out to going towards the shattered planet. And it only goes down because this is a function of time and we have slowed down like a factor 2.5 or so. If we add the Prometheans on there, you can hardly see the bump. It's like a grain of sand laying on the graph getting to the edge of the solar system compared to what we need to get through now. Like 15 a minute maximum. Here we have like 1,000 almost of these. That is the difference, man. For total kills, well, I guess you can see it in this screenshot right now. We got 500,000 huge Promethean asteroids down, and roughly 100 low something K of the other 3 types, which are severely going down in number now. Especially the oxides are suffering. So let's hope we can keep catching enough stuff. This is going to be tricky though. I'm going to be on a 40-minute break or so to watch the sprint race like 20 minutes from now, just as we're going through the critical low point of metal asteroids, I suppose. I think we will be catching enough though. It does appear that we have calibrated the ship, reorganized the ship well enough so that we can grab everything that we need from what is coming in. The arms are reaching out far. That's a good sign. If the arms are reaching out far, then they don't have anything closer by to grab, which means they grab mostly everything they can get their grabby little claws on. And we are not missing out on any resources smashing into the front of the spaceship, like all those red Promethean asteroid chunks are doing. It's just like a total grind fest at the front of the spaceship to get through. Yeah, it's a fairly symmetric ship. Let me zoom out a bit. So in general, most of the things are symmetric. The turrets are symmetric, the resource or the ammo delivery is symmetric, ammo production is symmetric, but once we go to the back of the ship, it becomes a bit less symmetric. Here we have basically storage, so we can store all the rockets in the hub, which stores up to 60,000 rockets. Yeah, look, we're gonna be good on fuel, man. We're even gonna have enough for the way back. It's going to go as predicted. So about 5,000 rockets down from our maximum storage of 60,000. That is situated on the left side of the ship. On the right side we have the fuel production, which is only on one side. And then the rest is symmetric again in terms of... Basically here on the left side come down the Promethean asteroid chunks, on the right side goes down the fuel. And then in the end we have the thrusters. It's this is symmetric again. So yeah, basically the ship is as symmetric as I could get it to be, because it just looks nice. Yeah, it's quite a nice design. But quite a fitting name. If you remember the time before LED lights, this was what a flashlight looked like, because you had to put those giant D batteries in the back. I'll do another planet tour a little bit later. I saw somebody ask for that. I just did one not too long ago. I didn't see that comment. Guess that's why I'm looking at a spaceship blowing up asteroids non-stop rather than looking at the Formula 1 pre-show. Yeah, that's a good argument, yeah. Way better. Just stay here. Oh, that explosion was pretty close to my asteroid collector. Did I lose one already? Let's mouse over the substation. No, we still have 10 asteroid collectors on board, so we're good. Sometimes one of those medium asteroids sneaks up pretty close by the corners of our spaceship before they get blown up by an explosive rocket, and that explosive rocket will one-shot my asteroid collectors, no doubt about it. Oh, the bitrate. Yeah, this is basically... Well, now we are mostly in the red asteroid territory. It was worse, I suppose, when it was a couple different colors trying to fight over which asteroids got displayed. But yeah, this is basically worst case scenario for bitrate conversion. A lot of small moving parts of different colors moving all in different directions. Yeah, that is not easily encoded. It just costs a lot more per frame to store the data if it's so varied all over the place and if stuff changes so much. No, this is the flashlight. It's the illuminator of the deep dark space. Damage taken 0. Yeah, but damage taken only takes into account damage taken by asteroids. If you friendly fire your own structures, that doesn't count towards damage taken. I figured out. So I still have to manually check if we are not blowing up all our asteroid collectors without yeah, not being able to replace them anymore at some moment. Alright, I'm going to take a bite. Out of my breakfast, but you're still sitting here. Definitely throwing away fewer asteroid chunks now. Are you looking at the same part of the stream that I'm looking at? I guess it kinda goes out in batches because of the irregularities in the collection process. I'm just seeing in general a massive flood of asteroids coming out of the side of the spaceship, so I'm happy. Can't wait until the ship starts stopping. Yeah, me too. Five more hours or so. And a bit. How did the infinite medium storage go? Actually we didn't get into it anymore. We tried automating it, but the circuit network won't reset the recipe if anything is still in the machine. So if there's anything in the output slots, the recipe won't change, it will just go to neutral. We can still do it manually though, but we didn't do it yet. I'm eating a bite right now, so I cannot really do it at the moment. I hope the mic is not picking up all the eating sounds. I'm sitting pretty far away. It's definitely nice to just watch in the background. Just watching explosions. I wish I could zoom out a little bit more. No, this is maximum. In map editor mode you can zoom out a lot more, but yeah, that is not legitimate, so we cannot do it for this actual flight. Yeah, I agree, the railgun firing sound is absolutely awesome. Also the sound when you just open and close the railguns, that is such a satisfying sound. I cannot really showcase that right now because there's too much noise going on around it, but it's really a very nice sound. Perhaps we'll do it later, but the problem is every time I load and reload, performance issues go up a little bit, so I prefer to just keep it going for now. I'll go over the turrets. Landmines only to get to the Shadow Planet, huh? That sounds interesting. Right. There's a a console command. There's a debug setting about zoom. Increased zoom. I already have it on. It allows you to zoom in further, but not to zoom out further. I did have a mod called Extra Zoom in 1.1. I'm not sure if it's updated yet, which lets you zoom out further as well. It's great for basically for making videos as well, to be able to zoom out further. But yeah, I'm playing without any mods for the first playthrough, so it's probably going to be the only playthrough I play without mods, so I don't want to install them now. Let's just get to the end legitimately without any mods, and then the rest is probably going to have at least like the Biter evolution overlay and the game time played overlay, those things which are just nice to have a... You immediately get an idea, you know, if you see stuff like playtime and Biter evolution, if you see it on the screen, you know, you kind of instantly know a little bit of what is going on. You have some basic sense of orientation of where the playthrough is at just by looking at the playtime or Biter evolution factor or whatnot. So I like to have that in the corner. In fact, in the very first playthrough I ever did on YouTube, the original Biter Island, I didn't have that mod, and I just edited it in after the fact, painstakingly looking up the time played and the Biter evolution according to the wiki for every single scene in the entire video, and adding it manually together with the spawn chances of the enemies even. It was way too much work. Yeah, technically the base game is a mod as well, but I guess for the achievements it will not count like a modded game, right? Whereas if I put a simple mod which displays the game time here, that will count like a modded game, like a modded playthrough. That is the distinction I'm trying to make. I'm actually not sure if maybe this counts like a modded game for achievements as well. I don't know. It kind of defeats the purpose then. So which turrets do what? My railgun turrets, they shoot huge asteroids first. All 4 types are in there, and every set of 4 railguns has a different priority. So this one does carbon, this one does metallic, this one I cannot reach, the other one does ice, and the other one does promethium. So they all have a different order, and the first one in order is also listed for big and medium asteroids. So what I've tried to accomplish with this is they fight as least as possible over which asteroid to shoot, because they all have a different priority list. And then if there is no huge ones on screen, they each have their own set of big and mediums to shoot instead of shooting a huge one. And after a lot of testing, this turned out, this staggered formation with alternating priorities and this big medium thrown in the mix, turned out to give me the highest pure shooting rate of the railguns. So the number of shells shot per minute is the highest I could get with this configuration. So that's the railguns. Then the rocket turrets, they have priority set to big and then medium, while ignoring everything else. Except the ones on the very edge, those only target mediums to kind of try to diminish a little bit how many rockets were shooting out here. Though the more I set to shoot only mediums, the higher the risk will be that a big one sneaks up close by, which then explodes into mediums with too much momentum close by my asteroid collectors. So I cannot really safely make these rocket turrets not fire as much out to the sides, because that puts my asteroid collectors in too much danger. And then the laser turrets, they do the small ones first, and if there is mediums in sight but no small ones, they will try to shoot the mediums as well. That mostly comes into play on the back of the ship though, where we shoot mediums first, then, small ones first, then medium ones, and then if a big asteroid comes within range, which can happen because anytime an asteroid breaks, the resulting chunks have a little bit of random momentum and a random direction added to them. So it could happen that we blow up We try to blow up a big one, but it doesn't get quite destroyed, and it has a bit of momentum towards my ship. You can see this one goes quite slow, this one goes quite fast, etc. So it could drift towards my ship. So if that happens, we still target the big ones, even though lasers are practically useless against those. They are not useless if the asteroid is already severely damaged coming in, and we don't have any other defensive options. So yeah, it's kind of a Hail Mary in case that happens, but it might work, so we set it on there. That is basically the entire turret configuration which I have set up over here. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna head out for about 40 minutes or so. We're gonna make a save in case this goes horribly wrong. I'm not going to artificially slow down the ship again. I think we don't need to. We're at 3.2 million kilometers out, where the metallic asteroids are the lowest, but we are still throwing those off the edge of the ship, so that is good. So basically, I think when I come back, we'll be at about 3.3 million kilometers. I can probably take out the metallic asteroid catching from the central ones, just relying simply on only the outer ones again, like we've been doing for the rest of the flight. But yeah, that's let me just put this on the screen. I will update the text over as well. We'll have this like so. I'll switch. Okay, I need to do it first. I'll switch on the music a little bit louder again. So I'm gonna stop talking. I'll see you after the break in about 40 minutes or so. Meanwhile, enjoy the Factorio ASMR with some nice music put over top of that. I think 80% is about right. Okay, I have it set to 3.2. I'll move it to under the chat box again in the lower left corner, so you get the full asteroid experience as much as possible. Alright, so I'm out for 40 minutes and yeah, I'll be back after the sprint race. Right. Somehow I left the game, the active tab open on Streamlabs instead of on Factorio, so I hope the frame rate was okay. Since Factorio was not the first window. Oops. How far are we? 3 point... Okay, we have slowed down severely. Look at that speed. We're below 40 kilometers a second now. We are still throwing all 3 types of asteroid chunks out of the side, so no worries there. We are grabbing whatever we can grab. Is production down? No, production is not down. Production has been maximum all the time, so that is good. 53,000 rockets in stock though, so that's why we have slowed down. The less rockets we have in stock, the more we slow down the ship automatically. So that kinda lengthens the final leg of the trip then. If we are not going to go like over 40 kilometers a second on average, it's going to take a little bit longer. Alright, I'm going to make some coffee real quick still. Which I have to do right here in the van. I haven't even considered Ribbon World preset. How that would translate to space, that would be interesting. Yeah, that would be really weird, I guess. Ribbon World, and maybe it does not apply to spaceships, but I don't know. Yeah, 5.5 hours to go. It was 5.5 hours to go when I went on the break 40 minutes ago. Looks like now it's still 5.5 hours to go. It turns out that this trip is going to be like the progress we are making towards unlocking fusion power in real life. It's always 20 years away. Sort of a new form of relativity. It's always 20 years away, and we are always 5.5 hours away from the finish line to the Shadow Planet, it appears. Yeah, that's not great. Oh wait, the music is very loud. Alright, that should be better. Let's make a save. Yeah, we only did like 70k during the sprint race. Not much of a sprint on the ship here. Just look how red the entire map is, man. What is going on with these guys? Why do these guys have so much momentum towards the side of my ship? Those guys have a lot of momentum. Do I need to react? I was planning to boil some water, but looks like I am... That is an obscene amount of sideways momentum compared to what the rest has. It looks like, I don't know, looks like it will be fine. Will it be fine? Yeah, it will be fine. It's not as far away as these guys, but I think they will still pass. Let's switch on the gear again, so I can just let this pump freely, in case we need to. If I flick this thing, it will just give full gas, but it looks like, yeah, we won't need to. Yeah, okay, it's going past. It's still going past. Man, but that looks scary. That looks scary for sure. Alright. Let's just put this on for a little bit more. And I'll just make a cup of coffee. So far, not too bad. Scientist light. Spaceship is full of red gummies, not empty. I'll read your chat in a moment. microphone is not on YouTube. So. Well, I guess there are some everyday live sounds in the background. Oh, do poison capsules work against asteroids? Huh. I guess they don't have poison resistance. At least I didn't see that in the list of resistances for asteroids. Let's just alt-click some random one. No poison resistance. And as of now, it is still possible to get out of the space, to walk around on the platform. So you technically could throw poison capsules yourself at the asteroids, and they would they would die from it. How would you throw them? You can get out. So if you press enter right before you enter into the hub, you can get out of the capsule. You can walk around on your platform. You can even float in space if you have the mechanical armor. Yeah, you can get out. It will be fixed though. It will be fixed, but... I've been on the platform the entire time. Like I said, this is probably the longest spacewalk in the history of video games in general. We have been on a spacewalk for over 3 million kilometers now. Right before you enter the space platform hub, down here in the bottom right, I'll go with the mouse there as soon as I have my laptop again close by. Make a save there out already and then check if it's fixed. I didn't update recently. Also, I cannot really check this on the way now. Because once you get back in, you cannot get back out anymore. Unless you're stationed above a planet. Then there is a way, but... So I won't go into loading different save games right now. Yeah, basically we cannot go faster because the faster we go, the less work the railguns do. And the more work the rockets need to do, and also the more asteroids per minute are going to be spawning in general, which means the rocket consumption is going to go up like crazy. If we just go a little bit faster, it goes up by 50% almost immediately, and that means we are no longer producing rockets at the same rate we are consuming them, which is basically a death spiral. So that is why we cannot go faster. Our maximum speed appears to be around 40 kilometers a second at the moment. Railguns, my railguns are of... So all my turrets are normal quality except the railguns. The railguns are rare quality with 4 epic ones thrown in. The epic ones can almost immediately shoot anything that spawns, so I imagine the legendary railguns can shoot beyond where the asteroids spawn, which makes the legendary upgrade a bit less useful, I suppose, or at least at the top end of the ship. My voice is so tired. I'm not feeling tired at all. I had 7 hours of sleep in my 24-hour stream. I'm feeling fine. I'm a little bit further away from the microphone now, so maybe that's why I sound tired. If I come a bit closer, like I would normally sit, then I probably sound less tired. Four hours and 50 minutes to go. Alright, nice. So yeah, until I have all my coffee stuff close by and I can build myself into my little streaming castle again with my laptop on my lap, it's a laptop after all, and the microphone in front of my mouth. I'm gonna sound a bit distant, literally. How far does the railgun pierce? Yeah, that depends on the railgun quality as well. So we cannot target anything that spawns. I'm not sure the mouse over will. Okay, it's still visible. So everything that is red is in the range, not in the targeting range, but in the piercing range of the railgun. So this is an epic one. You can see it goes almost to where the asteroids are spawning. Almost the moment they spawn in, they can be shot by the epic railgun. The rare one though, it takes a little bit of time before it gets into piercing range. The actual, I don't know if I can show that. Okay, let's just zoom in on this line here. This is the actual range of the railguns. That is actually limited to about this distance for the epic ones, and then a little bit closer by for the rare ones. So let's have a visual to how far the railguns pierce. You can see they don't pierce all the way to the end. Except the epic ones, they almost get to the end. Some of those go further. Update top left. Yeah, I will do that soon. Alright, Edmar. Thanks, and see you next time indeed. I guess just rewatch the last little bit of the stream in the end, where we actually reach it. So yes, Nengato, you're absolutely right. Here in the last 800,000 kilometers or so, we just have so many Prometheum asteroids spawning and so few of those resource asteroids that we might run into trouble. That was the fear at the beginning. Now I'm not sure if we are going to get into that situation. We did a lot of calibrating the ship, so all of the front asteroid grabbers now are able to grab resources instead of the Prometheum asteroid chunks. Anyway, those belts are full. So that recalibration might just be enough for us to be able to keep on producing enough rockets to make this trip. But there is a technology called like asteroid productivity. It's quite easy to get the first few levels, and if you research that technology, which I didn't, basically that problem gets solved immediately, I suppose. So I don't quite have a percentage throttle. I basically have a pump which compares the ship speeds against the speed which I wanted to go, and only pumps when that speed is below the value. The formula for the speed we want to go is a bit complicated. We need to take the square root of a number and then blah blah and then square it again, so that we kind of have a speed that falls off quite fast when we start to lose rockets, and which slows down quite. The last slowdown is spread over a large amount of rockets. So basically from 60,000 rockets to 50,000 rockets, we slow the ship down from 106 to about, I don't know, 45 kilometers a second or so, or 40 even. And then over the next 50,000 rockets, the ship's speed slowly goes down from 40,000, from 40 kilometers a second to 25-ish or so. I expected to wake up at 3.8. Yeah, we slowed down. We had to slow down, unfortunately. Right, let me finish up the coffee and then I can go sit in a holding position. Right. I predict that this cup of coffee will get me to the end. And if not, we'll just make another one. Okay, where's my headphones so that I can blast some explosions in my eardrums again? Oh yeah. Alright, so unfortunately there's not a graph for the ship's speed over time. I can show you the graph of rocket consumption over time. So that's most visible early on, where rocket production just goes up. Rocket consumption goes up as well, but suddenly it maxes out, rocket consumption, because at this point the ship started slowing down to keep rocket consumption roughly equal to our maximum rocket production, which is 1050 rockets per minute. Ignore this, I put the ship into a slow mode to bridge the sleeping gap. After that we went back to normal speed. So that's the last 10 hours, we went back to normal speed. And this is actually what Ningato is talking about. There is a period where carbonic asteroids, which make explosives, are extremely poor compared to all the rest, and we actually dipped a bit in production here because there were simply not enough carbonic asteroids spawning, no matter at what speed we would go at. If we would go slower it wouldn't help, because there simply weren't enough carbonic asteroids spawning to keep up production for a while. We did some countermeasures, which includes like recalibrating what kind of asteroids the front of the ship grabs, and rerouting some belts to make sure we have more grabbers active, which previously were grabbing the promethium chunks. Looks like after that we've been fine again. I suppose we'll be fine until the end now. Somehow railgun ammo spendage has gone down again, for some reason. 322, 300. 300 over the last hour, where it was 321 over the last 10 hours. You can see the decrease in this graph. I suppose the railguns start fighting more over which asteroid to shoot again, because there are so many promethium asteroids to shoot and not a lot of the other ones, that they start targeting the same asteroids a lot again, which wasn't the case when there were more of the other asteroid types. So I think that is the reason that railgun spendage is going down now. Is there a way to automatically switch the filter on the asteroid collectors? Yes, there is. I didn't bother setting it up though. There's gonna be a bunch of lag between when the asteroids are grabbed and when they can be measured on the belt, realistically speaking. But if you did, in my case that is, but if you design it that way from the ground up, it would definitely be a viable method to switch over priorities with combinators and stuff. I just go by the visual method. If I see no carbonic or ice asteroids come out of the site, I panic and start doing stuff. That's my method. Do you have conversion? I don't know what that means, Matja. Do you have conversion? The railgun shootings looks like radioactive alpha particles evaporating in a fog chamber. I have no idea what how that would look. I think not a lot of people have ever seen radioactive alpha particles evaporating in a fog chamber. I haven't, but now I know what it looks like. It approximately looks like this, I suppose. It is an awesome sight though, how the railguns, like, the denser the asteroid fields are, the more you can see the actual lines which the railguns are just drawing through the asteroid field, which is amazing. They do so much damage. Last time I checked it was like, yeah, we are up to over 200 billion damage on this railgun. 200 billion damage. Is that correct? Or do I have one number too much? 55, 540... No, sorry, 21. It's only 21 billion damage. But still, that is insane. 21 billion damage on a single railgun turret. That is insane! The rocket turrets are up to like 80 million on the inside. These have more probably. Yeah, this has like 60 million damage. It just causes 60 million damage right as we're looking at this. This cannot be coincidence. We have to buy a lottery ticket. And this laser turret still has 0 damage. 0, 0, 0. Guess this one has 544 damage over the course of the game. This one actually in the front does have some damage. 2 million. Yeah, 2 million. So most of the laser turrets have a 0 damage. The ones in the front though, they have some damage. But the ones in the back, they have barely anything. Quite funny. Hey, the benefits of being a moderator, right? You can post links in chat. Okay, actually I can watch that over here on the second laptop. Yeah, it does actually quite look similar. Pew pew. Alright, awesome. Weird that it is so easy to make that visible. Yeah, that's really unique. Alright, let's update the distance counter. We have passed 3,333,333 kilometers, which is a benchmark, a common used benchmark. Don't question me. Mic on brake. Oh yeah, Mike is obviously not on brake anymore. And we are at 3.4. I'm just going to go ahead of time a bit. Because we'll be behind again before I know it. Oh wait, we have this map view on. going on. Alright, map view. It should be in the corner. Right. Mike on leffe? No, I'm not on leffe. I'm on coffee still. I'm still on caffeine. I have no idea what we can do at the Shattered Planet or what even happens when we get there. It's gonna be kind of a surprise. So if you know it, don't ruin the fun. No spoilers, please. Alright. I made a selfie bay in front of the ship. Oh, that's loud. Where I can stand and look at the explosions myself. Alright. So we are still throwing out all types of asteroids, so I'm happy with the current situation. Even ice asteroids, which is good, because ice asteroids actually are a problem in the last stages of the trip. Look how far we already are. Oh, that's amazing. We are all the way over here, man. That is cool. This is where we are right now. It's not going to go up that much higher even. But yeah, the resource asteroids are absolutely abysmal in this area. Especially the oxides. They are like at 20... Yeah, they're at 23 and they're going to just flatline out all the way to the end. And carbonics are now still okay, but they are going to go down again as well near the end. Actually, what worries me is the last 100,000 kilometers. You might say, why does that worry me? Because Prometheum asteroids are going to fall off, right? From 714 to apparently 320. Once we are at 4 million kilometers, which is supposedly the destination. But the problem is also the oxides are going to fall off to 13, the metallics to 9, and the carbonics to 28. So everything is going to fall off, and since we are mostly relying on... We're very obviously mostly relying on area of effect damage, which basically means the only thing that actually changes, the asteroid density halving won't do as much compared to how many ammunition we need to spend to stop everything. But during the last 100,000 kilometers, all the asteroids, all the resource asteroids are going to drop off quite sharply as well, which may be a problem. We have, of course, we've got 60,000 rockets on board, almost, and a bunch of railgun shells, hopefully still 9.1k, yeah, still 9.1k. But the problem is we don't really have extras in terms of fuel. So fuel, we don't have any extras. We just have one tank. And we can spend that tank like in less than a minute if we want to. So we need to keep oxide asteroids coming in. I guess we have some water stored up here, which is something. We have 2 tanks of water, so that is our storage, I suppose. Alright, maybe it's not that bad. Okay, we need to keep those oxide asteroids going to the end of the ship somehow. I think I already wired this up to only grab if the belt is full, so that is good. And if we are running out of oxides, we'll simply prioritize this belt of oxide asteroids to go down, so it can flow towards fuel first. So I suppose we can survive that even. Yeah, we can probably just survive that. Alright. Alright, the DOE is live as well. So anybody with the capacity to open up 2 streams at once. The DOE is supposed to be flying out to the Shattered Planet today as well. She was in chat here yesterday. Her ship is much more streamlined than mine, much more high quality stuff, probably some levels of asteroid research as well. The asteroid productivity thing. We avoided any productivity researches so far. So we don't have the extra resources from that, but her ship is much more streamlined. It's supposedly it's less than half as wide as my ship. Only 40 tiles, mine is like 90 to 100 tiles wide or so. And she has twice the explosive rocket production capacity on board compared to this ship. So I'm gonna check that out as well a little bit. She's at 470k kilometers out, alright. Yesterday said she went on a test flight up to not really a test flight, she ran out of fuel for the fusion reactor and had to turn around. So she didn't get into the resource poor areas just yet, but if she has asteroid productivity, that's not really going to matter too much, I suppose. 942 tons, alright. Why did you avoid that research? I kinda avoided all the researches in terms of productivity just to get a feel. This is my first playthrough, right? I just tried to get a feel of what the default balance of resources is by not upgrading some of these resources and getting used to abnormal amounts just yet. I just want to see how it is balanced all in all. So I didn't even consider that this would have been a good technology. It's easy to get like 10 levels of this. Like, I spent more on explosive damage research than I did on like 8 levels of asteroid productivity, so I could have gotten double the results from the asteroids, and if you have that, then resource scarcity is no longer a thing. The default balance of no elevated trails. That was a little bit of a mistake. Alright, a goal can be anything. For me the goal is today to get to the Shattered Planet. That is my goal. I think the goal to get to the Shattered Planet is actually not balanced that badly. I mean, there are some obstacles to overcome. That is for sure. I mean, it's the fact that it's not just like more asteroids is already a good method to force some different things on board. But it looks like, yeah, the asteroid productivity research kinda destroys this the resource poorness of the later areas, I suppose, since it basically means you have double the asteroids which are supposed to spawn if you have 100% productivity on the asteroid crushing. So I guess these values should, I don't want to say it, but they should probably be even more extreme if they want to force the player to do asteroid reprocessing on board. And if you don't want an easy way out, if you don't want pay to win, you have to get rid of the asteroid productivity technology, because this is just pay to win. You pay science packs to win the game, as you won't run into any resource shortages if you have like 10 levels of this technology going. Alright. Yeah, we are at 3.4 million kilometers out now. Right, let me find the dome. Just gonna tune in a bit. The dome. Alright. Okay, this is not going too well, trying to stream. Oh, it's gonna last a while as well. Alright, her rocket setup is much more better than mine though. I just have a wide front where I have a wide front, but the rocket turrets, they are really pretty far back. They should be right against the railguns to prevent any explosive rockets delay into targeting asteroids, blowing up asteroid collectors here. She also does not have any asteroid collectors at the front of her ship, which is interesting, just pure railguns. And just collecting asteroids from the side. Alright, so I wonder how that is going to go in terms of resource collection, because she's unavoidably going to have a lot of asteroids lots of resources just smashing into the front of her ship, which cannot be grabbed. Of course, she does have legendary asteroid collectors on the sides though, so that might make up for a lot. Those things just go out very fast. Right, pretty cool. Oh, I said railgun suck in our chat and I got auto-moderate. I'm doing caps lock right. How can I should be able to shout out people as well. Looks like there's something automated. Like so. Right. So yeah, she's at the beginning of the trip. Pretty cool. Yeah, we at 3.4 m. Out now. Resource gathering is a bit rough, but solved now. I didn't get any asteroid productivity research. He says you're racing. When did we start slowing down? I think we started slowing down at... can I see it still? I probably can't see that. Yeah, I cannot. There's no way. Yeah, I'm watching both streams now as well. I think some of her voice is probably bleeding over into my stream now. Right, so there's a lot of similarities between our ships, but there's also a huge number of differences. But in general, the target priority is somewhat similar. She has a really slim ship, just for those who are not watching, she has a really slim ship, which is basically just a rectangle with railguns at the front, no asteroid collectors at the front. So let me switch off sound a bit down again. So I have railguns alternated with the asteroid collectors on the front, so I can collect everything from the front. She just has railguns on the front. And then rocket turrets right behind it, and she only has asteroid collectors on the side, so that's quite a big difference. I wonder how well that will go, since I'm definitely collecting most of my resources from the front, but I have a very wide ship, so perhaps it's not that bad. She also has everything legendary, so she has legendary asteroid collectors which have like 3 tiles more range and 2 more arms, which is quite a bit more of a grabby area. So we'll see. I want to know if she has if she did research asteroid productivity. Probably won't see it, she's in the middle of ship explanation though. So those tend to be moments you are focused on your own video instead of chat. Oh, she has normal rockets, huh? Ah no, she has explosive. Yeah, she has explosive rockets, alright. Legendary, okay, all legendary. Right, we are down to below 40 kilometers a second. The speed control is set to 36 now. That is not great. I guess there's nothing much we can do about it. If we go faster, we'll just spend more rockets and have to slow down anyway. Our ships actually do not have quite a lot in common. I guess only the basics we have in common, like railguns shoot big ones, or huge ones, lasers shoot small ones, and medium ones. Oh, she has definitely got a lot of more logics on board with like decider combinators and changing recipes and all that kind of stuff. We're probably about roughly 5.5 hours away from our goal, like we have been all this time for the last 2 hours. So what is causing this? Is it just the excessive amount of Prometheum asteroids? I suppose so. That we are shooting more rockets at those. And the railguns shooting less and less over time. We're down, yeah, 300 now. From 330, 340, even though we're going slower. Before the railguns would shoot more if we went slower. People are actually referring to me as Live Mike on the Dose stream, which is quite funny. I'm just gonna ask the question again. I agree, the new beacon changes are pretty good. I like it. I was skeptical about the diminishing beacons, but it's actually quite nice that you can just plop down one beacon and the machine just has such a great effect by that one beacon. Makes it really worth it to use beacons early on. Alright. Let me pay attention to my own chat a little bit. For a change. Alright, so you do watch the dough on the side as well. It's going to be pretty interesting. It's two completely different ships. I thought, when she started explaining the ship, I thought, okay, sounds similar. But that is just in terms of railguns shoot huge ones, rocket turrets shoot big ones and medium ones, laser turrets shoot medium ones and small ones. Oh, leg spike. Yeah, she's a completely legendary ship with all legendary kinds of gear on board, except one area which she accidentally put normal beacons, apparently. She just said. But yeah, for the rest of the ship couldn't be more different. Also, this ship is just stupidly... First of all, it's stupidly multi-purpose, because this entire tail end does not need to exist for getting to the shattered planet. It could just be entirely cut off. And secondly, I just use like basic ingredients. Like I have my main belt is red. I do some belt weaving to store more stuff. She does everything in the hub with legendary cargo base, as far as I can see. Yeah, and this ship has just an entire unnecessary section at the back. I don't have nearly as much logic on board. The only logic I really have is this thing, which calculates the speed according to how many rockets we have in stock. The fewer rockets we have in here, the more the speed slows down, and that takes care about us. We basically go at the speed where we expend slightly more than, let us say, about 1100 rockets a minute, maybe slightly less. That is the speed we're going at. If this speed drops below 25, we're gonna be in trouble, by the way. We're gonna be in trouble if I cannot manage to cut off this tail. It's not about the size of the ship, it's about how you use it. Yeah. It's better to have a legendary small ship than to have a common big ship, right? Yeah, I'm about 3.4 mil. I'm about as close to the shattered planet as she is away from the solar system edge at the moment. Yeah, I can override the ship's speed though, and I will go faster if that means my tail doesn't get cut off. I can try to operate the ship in mid-flight. Try to get these thrusters up here all the way. It is possible to do so, I think. Maybe I'll just do it for fun. We need to do something anyway. She's asteroid productivity 11. Oh yeah, I missed that. So yeah. Okay, I'll switch off her sound then, because it's not really hearable, and that bleeds over. Alright. Alright, well, we definitely found out who we are going to raid, who we are going to raid today after we reach the shattered planet. We'll jump straight into the dose stream to continue watching how somebody else reaches the shattered planet, hopefully. She's pretty confident. I think she's got a good chance, but I think it's definitely not a guarantee that she's gonna make it in the ship. She has built with none of the resource collecting in the front, so she's shooting a ton of asteroids without being able to gather the resulting resources from it, which is going to be a kind of a problem if your asteroid types look like this, basically fully red, a full red screen of asteroids. Then again, her ship is slimmer, so more stuff drifts in from the side, less stuff gets smashed on the front. So only a little bit will get smashed on the front on her ship later on. Yeah, but we'll have to see. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I'll keep an eye out for sure. Pretty cool. Two completely different, ship designs. That's the beauty of Factorio, man. You can do whatever you want, and there's just so many things that work, but there's also a ton of things that don't work. So you can do things however you want, but not everything works all the time. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Actually, she's a speedrunner, so she actually has a clock, and I should have done the speedrunner thing clock too as well for this playthrough. She got to 500k kilometer in 1 hour. I think that took my ship about an hour and a half, if I remember correctly. Maybe a little bit more even, 140, 145. She's there in 1 hour 10. 350, wait, 350, 500, 600, 645. Yeah, I would have been at 500k kilometers at roughly an hour and 45 or an hour and 50 minutes into the trip, I suppose. Her ship is traveling at 161 kilometers a second, whereas my ship in the beginning, where she was flying now, it was going at 106 kilometers a second. So her ship is roughly 50% faster than mine at maximum speed. We'll see how long she can go at maximum speed. Maybe it will be a long time, because she has the legendary railguns and strategically better placed rocket turrets than I have on my ship. So these rocket turrets on the bottom here on my ship, they basically don't do much, I suppose. Yeah, this thing has dealt 12,000 damage. So these basically don't do anything. That's good too, because if this rocket turret is shooting a lot, that means asteroids are too close by for my liking. So yeah, some of my rocket turrets are actually a liability, because they only reach areas where it is dangerous to blast off explosive rockets. Alright, we are at 3.4 million kilometers. Is that updated? It is updated. Okay, I should probably save a little bit more frequently, since I have these random lag spikes popping up all the time. Okay, now I just get nerd sniped in watching the DOS ship travel through the first 1,000,000 kilometers. How is your computer not exploded? Yeah, that's a good question. Fair question. I don't know. Let's make a save, because that has been an hour ago. 33,420. Nice. Okay, out. That is 580k left to go. 4 hours. Unless we slow down even more. Oh, the question is, should I try to operate on this ship live on stream? I mean live in flight? Just try to make it shorter. I kind of fear that we need to slow down. I think I can hold off on that a little bit longer. No, her stream is on my second laptop, which is actually connected to a different internet network. So I have my main laptop is just doing the streaming and the and running the game, and my second laptop, my old laptop, does have the chat and now those stream as well in the background, but it's on my phone's network. So I basically just use my phone's hotspot to give that computer internet. It's actually tethered through cable because the Wi-Fi adapter in my old laptop is broken. It doesn't find networks anymore. Pro streamer, you're right here, yeah. Having a dedicated, not streaming internet. And I have a second screen now, temporarily at least. I won't need it again for the 10,000 signs per minute base streams though. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, somebody else was making another ship without any quality on board. That's a daring gamble. It's especially a daring gamble if you also don't research asteroid productivity, because that is sort of a, I don't know, to me that is sort of a quality for asteroid crushing. You just grab asteroids and turn it into twice of the stuff which you're supposed to get, which is kind of what you're doing with the quality as well. Instead of getting twice the products, you're making it twice as fast in one machine. I think you'll have a hard time doing this without asteroid processing, productivity bonus research, and without quality. Are we there yet? The most asked question on the stream. Are we there yet? Almost. 3,400,000. 400,000, 26,000. That is not how you say numbers. 427,000 kilometers. 563k left to go. I should have a countdown instead of... Let's make it into a countdown. It doesn't automatically update though, so... I should politically correctly verify my text. Less than 563k to go. I don't get the reference, so there goes the $5. If I would take a random guess, like that space movie from what's it called again? A Space Odyssey from Stanley Kubrick. Wild guess. So yeah, this row of rocket launchers is barely useful. These have barely fired at all. I guess I still have the sound to minimum for the weaponry. turrets, yeah. These laser turrets, am I hearable? I mean, everything is loud from close up. So these laser turrets have not done any damage whatsoever. We have a front row of laser turrets here. Those have done some damage to the small asteroids. Sometimes they shoot a little bit, but not often anymore. But the second row hasn't done anything. The second row of rocket turrets hasn't done anything significant either. We've literally got like in the tens of millions of damage on these front rows, while these have like 3000 or something. You know, the ones here on the side, they do a bit more damage. These shoot quite frequently because this side is protected by less railguns, and asteroids which drift in from over here all have to be destroyed by rocket turrets. So those do a bit more damage. I think even the laser turrets on the back have more damage than the second row of rocket turrets. Yeah, 15k damage, 30k damage, 15k damage. That's incredible. These laser turrets have more damage on them than the second row of rocket turrets. Those are not really necessary. Well, first design, what do you know? I just thought it's better to have too many turrets than not enough. That is for sure. It's from a movie called Brother, Where Art Thou? I did hear about that movie, I didn't watch it though. Alright, let's switch back sound to normal then, if I was hearable already. Except for... oh, I think the weapons is fine as well. Oh, maybe not. Let's get back in my selfie bee. Legendary foundries here. I mean, foundries are still okay to get in legendary quality. You get like Norwegian elements and then just a little bit of local element. So stuff like foundries, the EM plants are still kind of obtainable in like better qualities, but once you go to like cryogenic plants, like it becomes less plausible to just make a lot of high quality ones, because lithium is quite hard to get your hands on in big quantities. So it would take quite a while to get that, and you need lithium for other stuff as well. The science pack, the fuel cells, the fusion power plant. The railguns require a ton of lithium as well, through the quantum processors. And getting those in better quality is also quite expensive. So oh, did I miscalculate? I guess by now it's 563. Well, in 10k kilometers it will be correct. Sorry about that, I didn't see it. But yeah, it looks like it's correct from this point on. I'm gonna be behind most of the time, so